Here soon, Seamus and I are fixing to make some tracks. We're gonna go up to the community center and see if we can't find somebody who needs some food. We gotta get rid of some of this poundage. Nobody was up there yesterday. Just one guy. So it's a nice day today. It's gonna be about 60. I'm even gonna brush my hair. Caught me early again. I don't even know if I can start it this morning without a generator. We're gonna find out though. You should probably get these guys outside for a bit.
No.
I'd like to leave about noon
No.
because I know that's a good time to get there, and it's quarter after 11. What are you doing, Chico? You got poop? Do you really? You got poop?
It's like I just got this chair.
She's like, will you carry me to go poop?
Because I don't want to leave this chair.
I'm making pea soup. Actually, bacon soup with some peas in it.
Yeah, I don't think Chico wants to go.
You don't have to poop? No? For Chico?
He's like, fuck you, I just got this.
Yeah. He's,
I'm comfortable.
he's different than those two. Cherikov's thick, Schumann's fucking spiking. How we doing today? Wake and bake? Yeah, I'm out of weed. Been sucking on this fucker's got probably 3 ounces of fucking resin in it. We sat and rounded that up this morning. But, I'm out of medications. I've got edibles, but I don't need them right now. I'm good. Other things more important to do up here. One of these days I'm gonna have to start working now. I don't know. We're working out stuff. Jamie can't quite go yet, but there's just things we need to be doing together, and we're doing them. Um, yeah, universe is amazing. Anyway, I'm coming up to where I need to work. Familiar territory. I'm down to a few $100, and I'm like, but you know, I ain't about going up to. This is a different time. Everything I've warned about is happening. So I'm not about to run back up to Casper because I know that place is a powder keg in the first place. And it'd be a waste of time and energy and all that goddamn money getting back up there. I've got glass, gas, everything I need, so I'll find a time to blow. But right now, I keep getting compelled to go up here to the community center and help people. How you doing from Arizona? It's a beautiful day here. You don't have to look at my scraggly. Look at Kiff, Judah's favorite tree. How you doing, Darren? Hash browns, haystack, Katniss. What's up, huh? How you doing? How's the fam? Gee, he wants to be the star today. You know, he's pretty old. It still ain't over. Yeah, same here. We're waiting on stuff. We got plans. I laughed. I said, we're sitting out logistics and talk about this. I said, in the next couple of months, I said, the whole world's going to change and these logistics are going to laugh at them. Because I've been here before. But yeah, I'm accepting them in full. God, this is the Christmas they were referring to in 2014. So, rules have changed. I did. It was a pretty big one. I'm sure you heard about it before I did. But yeah, I heard about it yesterday. Well, I didn't hear about it. You know, I look at a lot of things every day. I make a lot of comments every day. I can't stop. It's like a job. I'm like hours on fucking social media setting people straight about fucking constitutional law and how it's not okay to blow up boatloads of hookers in the middle of the goddamn Atlantic or Gulf of Mexico just because the motherfuckers are breaking the law. It's not okay in anywhere you go. Yeah, I've been using the word hookers because it's no less illegal than fucking trafficking cocaine, is it? Trafficking people? I don't know. You'd have to look that up. But it's the very same thing. What are you going to do? Blow up a boatload of hookers in the middle of the goddamn ocean and fucking cheer about it? The fuck? That's against the law. That's an unlawful order. Navy JAG officers that are specifically there for people to get that specific answer about different orders, and all orders are definitely saying, no, dude, those are illegal orders. You do not blow up civilians with military goddamn hardware. You can capture them. They've never even put up a goddamn fight or even tried. They gun them down with drones. Those drone operators are very, 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 very much subject to judge and rope to end their career. And people don't serve, they don't understand that. And I've seen that. The Hague, that's called the Hague Law. It's for a reason. And that's a U.S. law named after the Hague international community because of the fucking Nazis trying to say we were just following orders. That carries zero weight in court. You will hang for following illegal orders and murdering people. See, there's the problem. A lot of MAGA haven't taken into consideration because these motherfuckers are sitting there on their couch. And it's disgusting to watch. But I knew it was coming. And I told you, don't eat their bait. But in defense only. And I'll tell you what, that one hits a string. So I've just been putting those words out, copy paste for hours. There's so many people that back it, and they're all Republican. I also have another copy paste about Donald. It's actually Teflon Don, the Democrat, took $160 million from George Soros on Christmas as a bailout for his Chicago Tower. 14-year-old little girls, Miss Teen USA contestants on his private yacht that nobody's talking about with international businessmen for decades before he ever met Epstein. With you can trace with a simple Google search over $100 million in settlements for sexual litigations that never happened. They were dropped because they were paid out of court, just like Michael Jackson used to do with little boys. Donald was showing us how to do it in the 70s and 80s, and it was literally fanfare. It is a very simple Google search. You do not need a file from Epstein to understand Epstein worked for Donald Trump. Read the Epstein releases. This groomer used to work for Donald. I don't know what to say. They're going to piece all of this together on purpose and expect you to go dig politicians out of their house and hang them for treason. I'm telling you, that's what civil war is. I've been warning those very, very, very words They want you in the streets pulling politicians out of their homes. This is the level of running themselves over with the bus they're going to take. How many times have you folks heard me say those words? And now the President of the United States is literally calling for the prosecution and hanging of politicians because they just said the same words I did about a sailor's oath. And the JAG officers backing them. Those are illegal orders. That's why it is a senator's duty to remind a fucking serviceman of their oath. They were doing nothing but their oath, which they made as senators, and they're using it against them. What country does that? Does my country do that? How do we have people backing that in this country? They're fucking ignorant. That's how. They're very ignorant. So I'm just trying to make them look at their fallacy. They hate Democrats. The only thing that makes Donald Trump a Republican was a Hollywood TV show named The Apprentice. Prior to that day, everything Donald Trump did was as a Democrat. You tell me where I'm wrong. Bring your receipts. Because I have mine. I've already made videos of this. I've shown my receipts. So dispute it. Show me where I'm wrong, because I know I'm not. Hey, I'm live.
Okay.
I'm here telling everybody.
Okay, a few more points I gotta clarify.
Oh, okay.
Between you and me, I just don't like it when people pretend to know what you're talking about. And like my sister, they're all worried about, and this is not a gender thing. My sister and them, they could care less about me, like talking all this stuff, but they complain ceaselessly about the mechanics about how the structures, the divvying out, and the influence everybody has. So I was telling out to my mom, and she understands it all. Then my sister calls, and I just don't get done with making my point. And my sister calls, and it's right back to, okay, oh, well, see, my sister said, oh, don't worry. We'll have everything Thanksgiving taken care of. I go, cool, Mom, finally, the girls in my family, you just been critiquing my family. Cool, they're finally going to take over and do. What are they doing? Calling my mom. Well, we need to go get. I was like, and I get those eyes. I go,
don't worry
see?
about anything.
Yeah.
Next phone call.
But I don't say anything. I just look at my mom and I'm like, see you. And then that's where I had to come
See
out.
a little bit. That's good.
Even with me being there. But
That's
again,
good.
everybody's going through that today too, or this week.
It's holiday.
Everybody wants, oh, I cooked the turkey. We're gonna have it in so and so's house.
I
How
did.
come so and so didn't want to
Turkey,
go?
I need to cook.
Yeah, I extricate
It's
myself
about
from
dog.
that. Oh man, out here too, the ladies too. How come you didn't go over there? How come you didn't come eat over here? Oh, last year you didn't come to our, oh God.
See, that's my secret turkey. I know how it's a tradition. I bring the turkey. I'm going to have me ladies at the door wanting to cook it for me. This guy can bring the meat.
I kindly remind people that my dad was a cook over there in California, over here. My uncles were chefs. We used to go to LA at some of these sports complexes, and my uncles used to, be the shit back in the day because they went to school for that. So they would, I'd go into Santa Barbara, these nice, porcelain or whatever, marble places, and there'd just be specific flights of staircases just to a bathroom. I'm not even kidding you. Nice thing. You sit in there, it's all
Picture
pristine.
it needs to be.
And then they got gorgeous depictions of nude women, but tastefully, like Vargas style kind of, the stuff that they used to put on sides of planes.
Vaudeville and all that.
Vargas, the kind of the depictions of women they used to have on those bomber planes in World War I and II, I think. Yeah, that kind of style. But they must have commissioned somebody to come in. These people had money. And and then when we used to go out and eat with them, my uncle used to let us bring us along, and the guy we're going out to eat with, man, he'd be tipping like crazy, like hundreds and fifties. So, and I'd see that, and my uncle would be just like, don't say anything, like.
I want to be a waiter. For this guy.
You know, and those like I said, you know, I remember seeing soccer arenas where we're in the sky booths because, of course, these chefs are going to be up there cooking up, personalized menus and things like that.
They
So
find good food.
they're in
Sure.
orders boxes and things like that. So, like what you were saying, I really did get a glimpse of how people were living, and it wasn't. I'm just saying this to my mom. We're in here strategizing, trying to put labels, and how is it that we best describe things to people without having to over describe things and convince, just like nice and concise, like, wow, cool, I get what you're saying. You know, because it is kind of new territory, not necessarily because we want it to be new territory, but because we're having trouble labeling what we're doing. Yeah.
There is no words for it.
And it's cool, you know. I mean, I'm ready for it. You're ready for it. We got receipts for it. I keep saying receipts. We have done our
The
research.
universe says,
Yeah.
hang on a minute.
And that's what was kind of perturbing a bit. I was a bit perturbed. I was saying all this stuff, how we talk over here, and my mom's okay, cool, all right. And she goes, "Are you gonna go with them?" And I go, "Are you listening to what I'm saying?" She goes, "Yeah, yeah." But she interjects and goes, "Are you going with them? Is that what you want to know, or do you want to listen to me?" And I was like, and she's listening to me, and she goes, "Oh, okay, cool." And I know my mom understands, but right at the end of it, again, it seems funny to me, like my sister's voice. Oh, and I'm like, oh.
It resets.
Yeah, it's because my mom has said this to me. It's like you're different than your siblings. My sister was born in Redondo Beach too. She was born in California like me.
Well, see, and your mom has to deal with all that too, like
Yeah.
a diplomat.
Yeah, and that's why
funny.
that's why I have to kind of go, because I can live this life. I'm not demonizing or detracting from that. I love living out here. You can't.
You have.
Yeah, I love living out here. I'll defend this place. But I gotta
Do
go out.
well out here.
Go out there and kind of smooth the edges for people, so people aren't getting. It's kind of like an extension of my job, to where that I'm not reaching enough people in my one-to-one basis kind of thing over here. I
Well, you
wanna
have
go.
relatives out here that might be able to help you over here.
And
too.
two, if
I
it's
see all that happening.
I think the changing I believe the rules, if it's educational enough and people start copying your video, you yourself, if it's monetized, will start getting benefits at time. And again, too, a lot of this stuff hasn't been put into educational purposes, but it can be viewed as that because it's a real world living, breathing person that's lived that thing that's in historical books and things. And
People come looking for it.
Yeah.
For a long time.
got warm in here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. I was going to take my coat off. Put on a lighter shirt because it's black.
Food's tasting better. My mom said she cooked it just the way she cooked it, and I'm like, no, I did something. She's like, no. She's looking at me where I go, I might be growing or something. I might be growing new taste buds and new brains, and supposed to evolve. Antennas coming out.
Oh, I had him put them out because I do plan on going down to the culture center and kind of want to wear them out before we got there.
Oh yeah, I told my mom about what a certain someone had said, and she was just laughing about it because she knows way even further back than I know him.
It was an interesting conversation. I'm glad we got to share that. That's good.
That's just one person.
I'm
There's
curious what's going to happen today.
plenty more people.
And it's good that we had that little conversation, I think, with him, because, like I said, I think it opened him up a little bit, coming from a different source, and totally not even connected with that, really. I didn't know any history of it. Until he brought it up. Yeah, I know who your friend is. I was like, oh, I bet you too.
Trying to angle something with you. That's good.
It was.
If you can
conversation.
profit from that, good. People don't realize that too. I that's what I told my mom. And you know what's funny?
Well, that's the effectiveness it brings.
The way I'm being, I
You
think,
come parallel paths and
is
stuff like
the
that.
reason she wants me to go is because some things I'm kind of pressing into her because I need critical information that she has, and she knows it. Because I can talk about it in circles all day, but if she were to say it, what's anybody going to argue with? Much like the way I have Billy Mills on camera admitting, or not meeting, confirming what I've done research and I asked him about. So it's kind of, and then too, that
It's really powerful.
I use that as proof to where, like if I can come to that, what other things is my perception attuned to where I can focus it on and come out with truth just like you do.
Mhm.
So we're like on par with that.
That's why you're very powerful.
I think, and
If
that's
you
what I
can
told my
piece
mom.
things together.
I'm very grateful that you came around.
That's what I found affrontive to the core curriculum. It unlearns kids that on
Yeah.
purpose.
And I tell my sons and my nephews that, once they see this on there, if people start asking, like, much like, what's his name? Okay, cool. If he's saying all that, cool, great. What's he gonna say when he sees this? And I start
Yeah,
referencing
yeah.
this very same conversations that you had with them, the very same things I'm doing. Then people are gonna say it's gonna change their tune. Oh yeah, we know him. He's our friend. He's been here. Nuh-uh. You just understood that the two-facedness of everything, and that's what I'm saying. We have to contend, and that's what I was talking to my mom about. I go I go, even the mere talking of this triggers something in people, and you would think I would be mad. I used to be mad about it. I
From
go,
people that ain't around you.
and that's what I told my mom. I go, that's what I'm recognizing in myself, because I can talk with this man. We know of our egos, and we can understand our strengths and weaknesses and how we're going to integrate what we know for the betterment of everybody else. Because you know what? We're sick of ourselves and going that way, and we see it in each other. It's not that it's a detriment. We're actually strengthening our bonds for the benefit of humanity. You know?
We
I mean, it's
need-
not that
We
flowery.
need to know where we're
Yeah,
coming from
'cause-
if we're going to go take on this.
Because
No,
where else?
it's got to be
listen to me.
true.
This is the oxymoronic thing that's going to teach people, juxtaposed to our background. You're coming from places where you solidify people's will, such through legislation and acts of laws in Congress, and have it ratified through Congress, right? And you know, it doesn't matter what it is. That's your work, okay? Those things affect people like me, the native population.
Oh, yeah,
I am a product of
absolutely.
those things. Those things were intended to separate all this, that, the other, this, that, the other, our land, that, but it didn't. So it's kind of a weird that you dropped doing what they were doing. That stuff that was intended, how many millions of dollars, how many legislative actions, how many votes, how many bunch people's votes, because all those things people forget. That's what this immigrant American population wanted for us American Indians. That's what they voted on. These things were policies. So it was the very American people, immigrant population in this country, that wanted that. Now, when I talk about things like that, wait a minute.
Got receipts.
Because all those things were intended for me to be able to erase my culture and be able to
Yes.
take over my land and have me be a thing in a textbook and be marketable.
Your culture and your language.
Yeah, be romanticized and commercialized. That's what America is.
Mhm.
And that's what what's his name was attempting to do. And he was inspired by people who didn't have anybody to tell them like me that, no, bro, that's not what you're going to do. Because one, some of those people are gone. Two, people aren't as forward as I. Three, there's actually laws that can be, applied. But some of those people who have instigated these things have now bred corporations or, some kind of faux validity, thinking that, hey, that guy can do it, I can do it. Just to go starting the PSAs back in the day, that Italian guy.
Setting down
would-
precedent.
Iron Eyes Cody. Did anybody check his receipts? If he was of actually any lineage to anybody? Because they make us to, have our blood quantum. So how come they didn't apply that same thing to him to see if he was really an Indian? No, he's an Italian.
'Cause
And I've met the
His,
guy.
his tear affected
I
so
grew-
many
yeah,
millions.
Because I grew up around that area. You can't make this.
Maybe
stuff up.
exceptions were made because it was over litter and cleaning up I don't know.
Something.
But yeah, nobody. Yeah.
And these are the ideas.
It's a known thing.
These are the
though.
ideas I wanted to have with Jamin. Let's do a.
He's Italian.
Let's do a reverse PSA. Let's have me being the crying, real Indian from here, being a crying thing, and have us do the PSAs that what we grew up watching, because he's seen it too. But have it be someone who actually met the guy, who's actually 100% from here, and actually does clean up over here. Oh wow, and do it in that style. And it's not necessarily we're taking the idea; we're just kind of mocking it.
Yeah.
And in a way,
That's
kind
how
of.
you help people learn.
yeah,
is
and
make fun of something, make them laugh, and see that in
That's-
themselves, and then they
That's
can.
what we're known for. That's what
Very
we do
powerful
in our
medicine.
villages. You come and be with us for a while, for 1 year, you'll see what we're talking about. We don't take ourselves that seriously, but it's in a kind of a weird way we do. But we also know the nature of human
Certain
beings.
things.
Yeah. But some of us, like me right now, I have this, I don't know, whatever it is. You put me somewhere, that's what it's going to be. You don't want that anywhere? Well, then cool.
Go over
I'll
here
figure
and
it
do
out
that way.
myself, just like right here. I don't want to be around all that stuff. Just because of why? Because of what you said.
You
That's all
nasty
those.
folks. I didn't want to come down here because of the same reason.
Yeah.
I saw my government on your hill, and I kept dealing with them and bouncing my head into their fucking thing, and I was like, I'm gonna come down here begrudgingly but on a freaking picture thing sent to me that someone's going to knock on my door. But even if that doesn't happen, I'm not going there. I'm going to go to the community center, and that's what we did. Because I wanted to talk to the people about their crops, and we were talking about crops. I talked to the vendors, and everyone had something to say about how odd their crops were that year. And they seemed to take the information to heart that I was sharing. I had a good day, and then the next day,
You
that
hit
very
your,
next day, the
you hit
full
your
day,
demographic.
he's all knocking on my door, boo. And I'm like, nah, this fucking cop. And no, it wasn't. He started talking about mutual friends,
Mutual enemies.
frenemies. Yeah. And I was like, oh, my asshole puckered up, and I realized, yeah, okay, fuck, this is the guy I saw in my shadow pictures. This is, like I said, you killed all that doubt of like anything I had left in me. I'm like, okay, let's do this.
Goes burning up over
And
there.
it's been an awesome adventure. Just this and hanging out with you and just talking, man. It's good. It's
I was
been
telling my
real good
mom
for
is
the
that
soul.
that's all we're doing. I mean, I go, we're not the ones in power, but they're the ones in power are the ones that, why aren't they talking with us? All we're doing is talking.
Commiseration
Yeah.
and seeing what's going on, and we're seeing ways we can affect it
Just like I
together.
intended. That
More
thing,
powerful than we could.
what they don't like about us is
Apart.
we get results because I told you why I
Yeah.
did what I did.
Yeah.
And now
It's
that
the
I
same
yeah.
method or same
and it drew out
motivations.
those people who are out there busy looking for people who know how to command influence, who draw people in, but it's not for their purpose like they're intending. And that's who I hammered into, like, oh, so how did you see me? And they tell on themselves. And then when you find out the names and then you find out who they're related to, then they find out, oh, you're from one of those. Oh, so it could be seen as like you're actually just sending you now. It's just that you don't know the game that they're playing, that I figured
And
out.
look what you saw
You're-
on the general's
yeah.
pad. He knew the game.
Yeah, you're new.
He was still there knowing the game.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I can't not unsee. What you saw. I never saw it. I'm all like, no, that's there. That's nobody else got that. Nobody else in his little flock got that information except for maybe one or two others.
Yeah.
That wasn't a PSA he sent out. I was like, dude, and he's still here doing that.
Yeah,
That's
that's its own thing too. So
yeah, it's its own thing.
Yeah.
All right.
it's just it's like a cartridge. Some are shotgun blasts, some are this. I don't, what
Some are
calibers.
peppers, some
yeah,
of them are
yeah.
yeah.
Some are rock
Different
salt.
functions.
Mhm.
Yes, sir. Amazing. The clarity that comes out of it in hindsight and dealing with someone like that. Like you said, they tell on themselves. You can tell by their words what they know and where they're coming from. If you know the truth, and that's great. You live the truth, so you know it. And that's what's so important. You have to know that to be able to see through it and everything and be effective. And a lot of people lack that because that knowing is kept from them, or what? Some people don't have the confidence to say something about what they know.
What my mom sees is that she used to have that energy for the fight too. She's done it. She knows she's instilled this stuff, and yeah, she's a little bit afraid. Yeah, I get that.
There's
But
risks.
but also she knows that nobody else, because just like I'm saying, here I am talking all this stuff and she knows what it is. She's involved in it. She gets a phone call from my sister. And then the odd thing is, I'm doing all this so that my people can live however the fuck they want to live. That shit that going on around there, that's my fight. That's what I'm doing. And they can, and me, I can do that. I'm perfectly capable of going from doing this to going right back into doing my family and being embraced by them. And the faster I get done with this, the more time I'm gonna have spending with them. Not this shit that everybody else made to and everybody's afraid to. But I'm a product of that.
Kind of tired of having to deal with it every day.
I'm a product of
Let's
that.
make it go away so we can enjoy the future together. Absolutely.
And this is the end result.
Good
of that.
motivation.
At least in our case, that's the end result of that. And if all these things are going to come to the forefront and have to be adjudicated by somebody who's got not necessarily identifiable background or qualifications, well, there it is right there. More than anybody else, just have my chance to, I'll go, next guy go. I'll go in whatever order. But when that day comes, if the decisions are going to be made like that, just give me the real, numbers. Let this guy review it, give him a report. Let this guy review it, give him a report. Let's see who's got,
Hold to account.
exactly. And that's what these guys are averse to. Everybody gets uncomfortable when you lay out a perfectly equitable solution that everybody is responsible for. And if they say that they're doing this, then bring the receipts, bring your load of work ethic that you brought. How many organizations have
Exactly.
given you recognition, or how many people would back you?
That brings a whole rainbow of things that
How many
person
open
is like,
contracts have you
oh
fulfilled?
shit,
How
now
many
they're going to see where
non-disclosure
I
agreements?
fucked everything.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yeah.
How many open contracts do you have?
That's what that does. Bringing solutions causes problems because the person has been actively avoiding doing anything.
Yeah, and I've been harassing them because of their policies and things like that.
Politics, yeah.
Yeah, and they don't like it. And they
Built-in red tape.
And then the next time when I do with something of gravity and they try to come over and steamroll and say, oh yeah, this is the thing we're known for. No, no, you don't get to do that. I've already said this problem to you. And because I've said that, remember I told you that you're not gonna over here just get my work, get my what I'm doing and say, oh yeah, he's one of us. Nah. I'm already breaking ranks with these guys over here because of the bias and things that they openly display, but don't want to are uncomfortable talking about. And I don't want to do business with people like that. So I'll probably say, probably unaffiliated with blank, 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 blank.
This guy marketed himself as Two-Face at the trade show, and I avoided him because of it. You're gonna tell me you're Two-Face and walk right up?
I see it in business. The guy I was in business with over there, and the fur guy. He had me going over there being a spy too, asking me stuff that made me fucking uncomfortable.
That was his name of his business, Two-Face Glass.
Two-Face Glass.
That motherfucker be walking around with his face painted as two people.
Oh.
That was his. He marketed it, bro. Literally, actively went all the fucking way. Marketed that shit. I avoided him like a plague.
Yeah,
I never even said hi to him. All the years I went to trade
Just call himself Janice.
If you're gonna, if I know you're that, I ain't gonna fuck with you.
Two-faced guy.
Hey, dude, it was crazy. But he had people that liked that, or he wouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? But to me, I was like, I don't even want to talk to that guy. Are you kidding me?
Chico, lay down. You're gonna fall over. You want water or what?
Oh, yeah. He probably does. He's been sitting in the sun for a minute. He does. He's that solar panel thing. He's like, all right.
I gotta feed my puppy. Pretty soon.
I'm curious. Let me see if I can even start it this morning because I haven't kicked on the generator. Bad news. Kick it on, bud.
Is that how sensitive your battery is?
Yeah, it's why. Usually I run it all night from like 2 o'clock to when I wake up.
That's why.
Because that's when the heater's running.
Is your battery old?
No, I got 2 brand new. One's a deep cell, and the other one's a brand new battery. It just every 15-20 minutes that fan will kick on.
Constant drain?
Yeah, at night when it's cold. Now I could fucking sit here for 3 days on the batteries. It's that constant heater. And the thing is, here, what really kills me, and this is one thing, I don't sleep well. And I got up this morning, and I was pretty sure it wouldn't start. But, you'll hear the fan struggling. And when it starts doing that, it worries me that it might overheat. But I realize it's also just blowing cold air. So it's still running, but it won't kick on the gas.
Yeah.
But it still keeps me up at night. So if that thing ain't running, I'm monitoring that shit. So I came out last night and cranked this motherfucker closed. It doesn't like it doesn't like being 60 hours. But it's all safety devices and shit, which I'm thankful are in place. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, I've been running the generator to run this. but we just ran the battery drive on it the last 2 days.
I hear you.
It's not that bad. Just, it's doing a lot of work at the moment. It shouldn't take too long. I gotta do it. I have to live for this, right?
Chico. Chico, start Harvey.
I had a 5-gallon pot. This is what he replaced it with. And it was actually 2. He threw away 2 of my pots.
I got a pot.
By accident.
Yeah, I can give you one.
He threw them upside down in,
Nicely.
in the trash can. They ended up his draining the soup and shit. He fucking threw the pot away. I was like, no. Oh, I'm just saying that's the one he replaced my 5-gallon one with. I got a 3-gallon. 5 gallons way too big for this fridge.
That's what I was thinking.
I was an overkill.
Making stew for everybody.
I love soup. Yeah, I'm telling you guys should eat this soup. It's like done actually. Cooked already. Good stuff. Got carrots.
My mom's heading out too. I don't know. It does nothing. One thing what she did, it's just kind of like just more indication like she's all she knows exactly what I'm talking about. She was doing this shit and then end it right there and then she picks it up. My sister's voice talking about the most mundane things. But I mean, it's just like okay.
To us, it's very important to the lady pop.
I ain't trying to be around for Thanksgiving. I ain't celebrating Thanksgiving.
My bad. Sorry, Spark. That was me, not YouTube.
Chico.
My sound's back. Oh. Chico. Hey. No.
Chico, all you're doing is instigating.
Boy, I'll let Kitty in here. He looks at me like, don't you fucking dare.
Okay.
Fucking Chico. I had him on mute. I'm so sorry. Are we back on?
How-
Oh, my translator don't give a fuck.
How long did you work in Congress? Or how long were you?
Oh, fuck, about 3 years.
Okay.
3 years. And it started as just, an angry parent.
Navy, not senatorial. Okay, senatorial experience.
Mm-hmm. Advisor, investigation.
Investigator, okay. Cool.
I found the dirt. He'd say, I don't know, you're my investigator. You tell me. Oh. Okay.
Okay. Instrumental in passing the Hemp Davis bill, right?
Yeah.
2016?
14. It became Farm Bill, North Carolina. 14-15 Farm Bill. Against federal fucking law. Everything I worked on was against federal law. The core curriculum, unanimous decision,
Yeah.
passing hemp, 42-2.
That's why I messed with you, because that's what rules us out here as federal law.
I did that from a state level, bro.
Yeah. See, and if we were to do it and set a precedence, that would be other things for. And see, I don't understand how these guys don't know how they don't want to extract the information and wisdom from someone like you or someone like anybody else. They just think that they're just gonna walk into this place without knowing what the fuck they're getting into. Such as how laws actually get passed. If people listening to people how they instigated and going back and
It
forth.
takes research to do that. So I was a researcher, of course, investigator,
That's why I'm gonna take
whatever.
this. I'm gonna go on there, and that's the other way I'm gonna have people come and ask me what it is that I'm asking about, and then people who know what I'm talking about are gonna be able to reach out and give me that information and set up meetings and things, and not necessarily me, but getting people connections too, not just me, but through me. Like, hey, it sounds like what so and so is talking to you about. This guy's doing work like that, similar. You guys, here's his number.
Go confirm that.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
And if we have something good, if we come, make some money off of it, good, But if we start something good, but that's basically what I want to do too, because that's all I've been doing over
Putting
here.
people together.
Exactly. And then everywhere I go, everybody has something that they can give to me, and I can give them back. And there's such as experience, and that's how those people were paying for my ride home, because I was free with my information. I was talking to them about them. They were fighting over me, and that Minnesota nice thing is true. But people are people. You get one or two bad apples, but just like out here,
Everywhere.
one or two bad apples. But most of us, if we approach them right in the right manner, and see, I'm very adept at that, given my background, because I had to have a diverse cultural background. I have all kinds of friends. I had to behave in every type of home because the different ethnicity was in that home. So I got to, the do's, the don'ts, the reciprocity. Okay, you can come back and we trust you, and we're, now, you want to marry my daughter type thing. That's how close, we knew families and stuff. Not that I'm saying it was that, but, some cultures still adhere to fiercely matriarchal or patriarchal ideology, such as Western ideology. It's patriarchal. Well, I come from a matriarchy. Things run like that out here.
Heads clash on that.
Exactly.
That's like the alphabet. That mix.
Exactly. Macro, micro, all that stuff. So, living that has given me a distinct worldview, and distinct opinions.
From both windows.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I'm finding out about myself, and so then just an expansion of what it is, and that's why I'm telling my mom in there that what we're doing is trying to identify based on our individual experiences how we're integrating the information and coming up with a name like that, so that people can, instead of somebody gotcha question like they have both of us, and so what would you guys say you guys do, and already have a freaking word for that encompasses it. Then they're thereby signifying we know what the frick we're talking about.
That's why I laughed. I was like, yeah, I wish he was a fly on the wall when I figured out what BIA is.
But I figured I figured this is what your role was.
Lily was there.
Yeah, this is probably what your role. You were not only an investigator and advisor. You were somebody that was actually marketing these ideas and how they were going to interject it. You were probably even syntax and you using different words. Am I wrong? So you're kind of like a speechwriter in a sense too, right?
You have to
Kinda.
make yourself very clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that you were involved
Precise
with too. Yeah, but
language
I don't hear you
use.
say it, but I hear it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's another thing that I'm putting in here too.
You have
So-
to be real concise
Exactly.
because of linguistics and
Mhm.
semantics and all that, and even
Exactly.
explain every word
Mhm.
if you need. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And weight and the punctuations and everything like this, and then actually finding and looking at something and seeing how you could better format it and things like that. And if
That
you-
was Angel's job.
Yeah, and if you understand,
God, I hate
if you
her
understand
for doing
the person that your target audience, then format it to that. It's not that really hard,
Yeah. I've done it since her, but she did. She helped. She proofread what I did, made suggestions, so I'd go back. I
don't
had
want
to
that job.
rewrite the
I
thing
don't want
3
that job.
times.
No, I'm not. You got your tech guy over here.
It was a
I don't want
job.
that job. Yeah, it is. That's
Yeah.
like my research. Like I said, that's what I said to people. They want they want to know how I came to all. No. And then when people goes, come on, I go, no, my time is valuable. All that research and what I'm presenting, good luck finding it. That's why I charge. And sometimes when I'm over there, people see me be like that with people, and you can see people kind of going like, because I'll give them a little bit of what I know, and if they're taking up more of my
See if they
time,
want.
yeah, because I'm over there playing guitar, I'm over there with my arts and crafts, my paintings, my drawings, my jewelry, all that stuff that my wood burnings, all that stuff that I have to do to make a living out here, an honest living out here, and if you're taking too much of my time, and I get the feeling you're taking me for granted, yeah, I'll still like, well, I charge by the hour, you pay this flat fee, you can ask me any kinds of things and I confirm that. If not, cool, have a nice day. I don't have time to really be, talking. There's customers here, and as you can see, I'm over here singing. And unless you want to pay me to, sing you a song, which I also do too. Look at the thing it says. It says performance art. It specifically says guitar and singing. So, what do you want? I'm here. I'm an artist that's gonna do your bidding. You want to, talk about art. You want to talk about history. But again, I'm a tour guide too. So
Yeah, tour guide
yeah,
too.
everything that when I'm offering you, it's people pay money for it. So. Am I being
on the top of the list tour
Am I
guide, too.
being a jerk?
Number
No,
one.
I'm making myself available to people, and it's just a product. There's many other products that you can buy from all these other people, but I'm a unique product, and I don't have any competition.
Yeah.
So here I am.
I see that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Out
Does
there.
anybody do
I
what I
was,
do out
I
there?
was in your tent with
Yeah,
you,
nobody
and I've
does
never
what I
seen
do.
anything close to that.
Yeah, nobody does what I do.
No.
And if people were
They're
backing,
selling items, not
you know what's funny
history.
though? They want that business model. They want Jamie to go with them and soften up the people who have got deep pockets. Kind of, go over there and talk up for us and then work, because you see it over there. Once I start talking with people, then here comes like, hey, yeah, I got this thing for you, right? Okay, could you please excuse my friend? He's very rude and very uncouth. He doesn't know the mannerisms, but please, let's focus the attention on him. Then we'll get back to what I'm
Very
saying.
important here, yeah.
And they don't know how to take it. They think I'm going to be just as rude as them. No, I'm overwhelmingly accommodating. And that's very unnerving, not only to them, but to them. And then people get it. People know what I'm doing. Some of my friends over there, they just crack up again, because how are these guys going to learn? It's almost weird that I'm making them extremely uncomfortable by how mannered and tolerant I am and accommodating and respectful, something they don't know how to do, so I'm teaching them that. Is it their fault? No. You know whose fault it is?
After that moment,
It's
maybe.
mom and dad's fault. It's uncle's fault. It's dad's mainly fault. It's
Once you're
brother's fault.
18, you got to start assuming some of your own responsibility for
That
your
too.
behavior. So.
Yeah, that too, sir. That's why some people approach me over there, and in context, I kind of say like, hey, because I know, I go, it's not something us men discuss on open, but because I know, and you're related to me, your dad has a propensity to do things this way, and your uncle and your grandfather and godfather, all this, we know this because we're tight. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you. So I tell him. And they're just looking left to the right, because there isn't something that's common to be talked about like that. And I am doing you a courtesy. So
Pointing it out.
when I went over, I said to my friend, and he heard what I was saying. He goes, "Yeah, you're right. You know, if you're not in the know, you're not in the loop. You won't know, and it's kind of weird that somebody would be out here on the open asking you about things like that. When in fact, if they really wanted to know, there would be no point in coming out here asking things like that." Ain't that funny?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But that's how you learn. That's
Yeah.
how you know things.
Yeah, and yes, I say it often. You give yourself away by the words you use.
That's why I had to preference.
I know what you know by what you
Yeah.
say.
I had to preference him. I offered him a way like, if you want to be embarrassed out in the open, this is how you get embarrassed out in the open. Now, do you want to proceed or not? Or do you want to go back and ask why you don't know? Would be the more important question. But if you want to have me do it, well, it's going to come with a tax.
That's your business.
And then
yes.
you can go back and squeal and cry to whoever it is that probably, made it the reason
And on
why you
top
don't know
of it,
this.
you're going to take them to the place, the source.
Tell you where the boundaries are at. That's what's happening with these know-nothing people that would have sway over us. They don't know where their boundaries are. They haven't been working with their families. They're embarrassed when somebody uncovers the truth about this, and we're upset because why bother us? They're not even out there doing the stuff that they're talking about. That's why we don't want to say anything, because we all know that all that is just nothing but talk.
Judge from the couch. I call them couch stains. Because they don't get off the
And you
fucking
said
couch
people
and
have
they
a
sit and
problem with me.
criticize.
That's just one right there.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
just one, because I
One.
got all that on. And then, again, it's all on, because why? Because I'm not a person that's going to just be going over there, believe me, believe me, believe me. A guy whose family is in National Geographic, Arizona Highways, and all those books have been, the rights have been, pimped off to other publishers to get that money because it's
It's
so
like
valuable.
the archaeologist
so
that wanted to see a
valuable.
paper
Yeah.
on the Discovery Room, and I said, well, what's more powerful than actual footage that paper's going to come from?
Exactly.
I'm offering
And what I still haven't
footage,
done,
lady.
right? What I still haven't done is offer you access to the many thousands of pictures that I have of this place that nobody else has, that I've been busy doing over the last 10 years. And what I want to do with that,
Look at the
okay,
symbols.
listen,
I'm
listen
excited
to me.
about that.
If somebody comes to me and even says, you can't be doing that, I go, says who? Identify yourself. You want to come with law, this, law, that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Before that, let's take it back to where I reported all this stuff. Much like what you're attempting to paint me in here. Let's go back over there and let me tell you a tale. If you want me to understand that and have you take you serious, do this thing for me, rectify the situation that I brought in the proper manner and how I understand it, and have you see if he can give you the same explanation he gave me. If that don't happen, well then, how am I going to believe that you're going to do this, X, and the other when you won't do that to them?
And again,
And you're taking up my time, so
we can also,
when you have your answer, my secretary will take what you're going to say.
I can
at
also
my
show
leisure.
them my source.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
it really you?
Like I'm saying,
We're just confirming some
all
stuff.
this stuff that they're playing with, do they really want to play with somebody if they don't have holding no cards?
Yeah. We have parallel knowledge, and again, I could see people targeting you. Like,
of course.
I got my knowledge from because they're friends. No,
Uh-huh.
no. we
And
brought this together.
that's our target demographic anyway. I mean, they're making themselves do that, and just like
Coming up with anything other than the truth.
Look
bro.
how easy it was for me to bump this guy off. He doesn't even want to know that the grandma openly mocking him. Said that to me, I mocked him, and he's all over there losing his shit. Yeah, I got another block. Whereas you've done the work, got receipts, we know each other's, come from the same places, bam, bam, bing, bada, boom, yeah.
When you can name your source, whether it's me or not. I mean, like I've told you, Lily's my favorite frog because she's pieced together some of the puzzle, the Book of Man's Souls and the printing at birth and that whole thing. Yeah, I've been harping about the prints, but I hadn't even put it together myself, and I couldn't do this alone.
This is so much coming to the forefront that just like the last tour that I had. These are professors from East Coast coming over here seeking me out, and I'm giving them relevant information and stories that they could have research for, and they could document, and they could present so that they could get further grant money and research to say that they're actually doing it, and they kind of need some people like us to confirm a lot of that
Sources.
stuff because they're not doing it or afraid to say it, much like what I'm saying about the repatriation of some of those specimens that they have that could be exactly directly related.
Should be.
They're not going to talk about that, but I talk about that openly in my village in front of everybody where it should be, because that's where these new students who are giving their money, paying those professors what they need, they're getting all these international students, and what are they teaching them? They're sure it's not teaching them the real history about what are they doing. So I take the opportunity to teach them the real history, and you should see how uncomfortable it makes these professors, because I'm explaining it to you.
And
You
they
and
know
I
it.
don't suffer the consequences for telling people lies. They do. That's why it makes them uncomfortable. That's why those foreign students are going back and forth, and I'm holding books that look at how these prestigious publications confirm what I'm saying. It's not me. You know, all I gotta
Yeah.
do sometimes is I just drop that book.
That's
and
half of my videos.
And turn it to the page. And there you go, people.
That's half of my
And this is the
videos.
other picture, the personal picture that we have. There you go.
Exactly what you just explained. This is that.
You know,
I
that's
didn't
what-
make it up.
That's what I told my mom. I go, I'm gonna get the big table out. I'm gonna put all, you know, usually just what I do. My display items to basically make people
You're
convinced.
going to have a lot of stones
like,
thrown
where-
at you.
where the
You-
hell
You've
did you
been
get all
getting
that
that.
stuff?
So
Yeah, I
I know
know.
you already got a tough skin.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. And you know where the rocks are coming from.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then I'm gonna
That's
make
important.
I'm gonna make it a point of like how people come up with idioms, cultural sayings, colloquialisms, things like that. Paradigm shift, a new way of thinking. We need to come up with new
Semantics.
things that mocks the old way of thinking and interjects a new way of thinking by not necessarily mocking that, but appreciating that we as human beings have a way to get this shit out of
I use a
ourselves.
visual reference.
Yeah, I know.
In the physical form of
Exactly.
humanity, minus the brain sac that interfaces our magnet, but raw magnetism. How can you deny it? It's a real thing, and you have one. Every property that
Oh, yeah.
belongs to that little magnet there belongs to you.
So, okay, Navy senatorial investigator advisor, glassblower, Hemp Davis bill, North Carolina against federal law. What else have you been doing?
Well, in the
channel.
Navy, I learned
YouTube
my
channel.
physics. in
Let's
the
talk about the
Navy.
YouTube
Yeah,
channel.
I've been
You
doing
were on
YouTube
Rumble?
for a while.
YouTube for how long? Several-
Angry Catfish was there for about 4 years before it got tough, and this one was there for almost 2 years before Angry Catfish was took off. I think it's been 5 years, probably 7 or 8 years out here making videos.
Okay. And you visit over 5, 3, 400?
300, over 300. Yeah, we've had a lot of confirmation in that trip.
Okay.
And what I learned. Before I ever talk to you, so if anybody gets upset about information I got, it definitely didn't. I got way more than the receipts.
What was your
This information I shared with everybody.
what
I
was your
didn't know anyone had.
designation for your time in the Navy?
I was in the ET.
ET?
That was my official designation. I went TAB orders, and I worked deck, which allowed me to temporary assigned duty is what that is, because I was in dry dock. I was bored. I found out I could go out on the sea. That's why I fucking joined the Navy. I was like, yeah, I'll go. I volunteered for fucking Westpac, and out we went. Start shooting off
Jim-
tomahawks and shit.
Jim Davis, right?
Yeah, Jim Davis, Republican.
Glass
Davis
blower,
Hemphill.
Davis Hemphill,
the-
North
He's the
Carolina.
one that produced the oh God, what was the
You
name?
can look him up. Yeah.
The core curriculum.
Okay.
That was the first unanimous decision in their legislation history, and that went under Davis also. That was, and I got all that receipts. And shit.
Okay.
That was all me. And that was poorly put together. That wasn't anything like the hemp bill. The hemp bill was well put together. A lot of information, hard copy.
Okay, I think I got it all. Got enough things I can bullet point overwhelmingly. Like, oh shit, he knows a fucking senator advisor. Damn it. And his mom was part of the AIM. That don't make sense.
Huh.
It's gonna fry some algorithm they got.
Yeah. The AI flips.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, I need some time off on this.
The AI is gonna grew a conscience because of the information we're putting out. Like, no, I mean, what the fuck? What are you asking me for, assholes?
Go
Can't
read
you
a
guys
book.
just leave these guys alone and they're doing good work with all the algorithms and bullshit you're feeding me? Wouldn't
That's
that
pretty
be
much
funny?
what the AI said to Jamie. That's why I'm finding that funny that he sent that piece of paper to you. I was like, well, I'll bet you one thing. If you highlighted it, you'd see an awful lot he doesn't see right now.
Yeah.
In his own report.
And I can do that too. That's the other part. I told my mom that this is going to open not necessarily doors for me, but it's going to give me clarity and understanding and a better audience because I'm going to know how to inner workings of some of the things that people are using to manipulate us by.
You'll learn that like the back of your goddamn hand, man. Like I said, it used to be a job until I figured it out. I know where they're coming from, and it's really easy to find now.
Yeah.
If I'm even interested in who's trolling me, if they make their presence known enough, like, bro, what's his name? Fucking Ziggy. Oh, see, and I didn't look at him, but I got the feeling he was a Five Eyes troll just from his name, and I'm all like.
See, the backtracking of what I did with Jamie, how simply and easily for me it was to backtrack these guys back to their channels and what they were talking about, looking at their videos,
At first,
their
I thought it
ideology.
was a friend of mine, Ziggy. That's why I remember it so well. It hit me in a different way.
See?
Yeah.
And then the stuff that you're talking about in private conversations, you find out the scope of what he's talking about to other people, and it's timestamped, and you're like, motherfucker, he's fucking saying the same shit. And, you know, we're having these conversations, and he doesn't really understand, but you can tell that because you had this conversation, he's over there dispensing with the detail of this conversation in this dumbass manner. You can fucking see it. And that's what I called out. And what are you talking about? What did I go? Dude, quit stop fucking playing dumbass. I mean, I'd be more offended if you were more concise, you know, and you had in-depth insight, but you're not. And you just need to quit, dude. You're making yourself stupid. You're making yourself dumb.
Pointing all this signals at you. Yes, sir. That is fucking. Your enemy exposes himself the more they do, because they work in falsity. They work in lies, and it makes everything so clear when you know the truth. You see where they're coming from. It's crazy. And it makes me just wonder, what in the fuck are they up to?
And see, again, this is what I'm going to say.
Because it's so ineffective.
I do it against these guys who would pretend to be those guys, pretending to be not that they're not those guys, but when I know that they're in fact those guys. So they're being gatekeepers and holders from the place that the fucking National Geographic, all these people say I'm from, but they're saying, oh no, you can't come over here. So what am I going to do? Take all that with me because it's mine. That's what the whole book is fucking for. I planted those things. I buried those people. Those people named me. I'm from that fucking place. Okay, I'm gonna take that with me. You know what I'm gonna do? Since they're fucking closing doors and trying to be gatekeepers, you know, instead of fucking arguing with you, take the Hopi approach. I'm gonna give my presentations in the most fucked up places out here that they need to fucking clean up. All the dilapidated, the crime-ridden area that everybody fucking pretends is not there, and I'm gonna give presentations there, and I'm gonna have them fuckers come up to me and get all fucking twirled about like, hey, you should. Says fucking who? Go get your cops. Go get every fucking buddy, because I'm gonna have a camera.
Bring some receipts.
The mirror. Oh, then we're gonna say, who's gonna go over there and say something to Jamie? Let's gonna see how fucking exactly what the
I've seen
fuck
that.
I'm
I've
talking
lived
about.
that with you. Homeboy fucking brought the cops over here that one time. Little fucking.
I'm not afraid.
And they were. The cops come out. I could tell they was feeling a certain way about being there. They were like, oh man, let's talk to this. He fucking run off. I said, look, your boy that fucking called you just ran away, dude.
I can smell it. I can smell, because I'm a double agent myself.
Oh my god.
It's dangerous work, bro.
That was fucking crazy. You gotta have your receipts. That's all. Because they packed it up and left, right?
He ain't fooling anybody.
He didn't accomplish shit.
Yeah, he ain't fooling anybody.
Again, yeah, that's that familiar whirlwind that I stand around and look like, what the fuck are these guys blowing for?
It works though on certain people.
Some people, yeah, they take off with that wind. They get caught up in it. Yeah, no, I ain't got no wings like that. I don't get caught up in winds.
Yeah, and then that stuff too, it's not just for you. I teach this shit to people because somebody at some point, they're gonna hit it. They're gonna say, instead of being fucking frustrated, instead of being a little bitch and sitting on my fucking sphincter, wishing the world was different, why don't I fucking do what I fucking talk about and feel in my heart? That's when you're living.
Get off the fence.
Yeah, that's when you're living. And it doesn't have to be drastic. It could be kindness.
Yep.
And you know what?
Yep.
I'm not gonna be a little bitch. I'm not gonna be grumpy today. You know what? I'm gonna have my manners today. I'm gonna be better than what I was yesterday. Fucking brav the fuck out. Do that.
Yeah.
Don't expect the fucking, applause or praise or,
You get
Great,
that
yeah.
from being that.
Exactly. Keep going.
Absolutely. Keep going.
I'm annoyingly optimistic to be around, and I get it. That's why that's another reason people don't like to be around me. I don't give because my dad would not fucking have negativity. Not in the morning when you just start out fresh. Not when you're doing that. Has nothing to do. You can't learn shit when you're angry.
Mm-mm. No, you're pretty closed off. It's a closed field line.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna bounce everything.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And you need that stuff that you're giving that attention to, not drain that. And you need it for other people. You need it to strengthen that. All this fuzz going around is drawing that strength. That's the reason they're intending it, to draw strength and our attention away from that. Yeah. They don't want us doing this.
Nope.
No.
Uh-uh. We don't have time for that.
Yeah.
We should be doing other things.
And I hope people with the same kind of depth and breadth for right now in modernity right now, I hope they're doing the same thing we're doing, finding those little niches and recognizing,
Common thread and
then
build from it.
and then dropping that bull stuff, that stuff that's keeping us from that, because that's ego, and that's what I was trying. That's the reasoning. I hope my friend knows. That's why I'm not talking to her, because it's the same old thing. I could write the script. When we met, we're talking about the same old thing. Okay, some other people are missing. Okay, cool. You know what? Then you start looking at it. When did I start talking to her about the same comparable thing? No, it's actually overwhelmingly you and all these other things, and and yes, I know all this stuff, and we're bringing up stuff, but and then we're bringing up information, but information is shit if you're not going to do anything with it, and that's the kind of thing I was saying. And then everybody's like, well, I shouldn't be giving you this information. You know what? Then stop. If you're afraid, stop. I'm not going to listen to it. If you're afraid and you're in danger,
I want your information.
Stop.
Thank you.
Stop. Yeah. You're not going to impress me by saying, "Oh, I'm in danger." Do you know where I work? come work where I work. Come go and visit the places I visit. I'm not impressed by that anymore. I mean, you're talking to somebody whose mom laid it out on the line, and then last couple months ago, she's still doing that. Then you got people going over here demonizing the democratic process, not realizing they're products of the democratic process. Come on, guys. And then you have people say, oh, because you don't vote. No, abstaining from the vote is a part of the democratic process. Come on, guys. And then when you go to the
I'm
DMV,
voting with my no
this is
vote.
what they do to you. They go to the DMV, I'm just going for an ID. They purposely put independent on there because they don't want, you don't pick anything. And first thing I noticed, who, where, what, when? How come? I don't even want an ID if it's going to be making me. And so they make it a thing. Like, well, you either get this or you don't have an ID. And that's where we are with government. It starts subtly, but they
Political.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to put your political
They're making.
affiliation.
See, and that's why I go, well, where's the form that says I'm doing this under duress or protest because I don't agree to this?
What if I change my mind?
Exactly. And then they have cameras up there. Yeah, they have their cameras up there. So that's why you look right to the camera and we're like this. I don't agree to this, and I don't understand why I have to pick, but because I have to have an ID, that's the only reason I'm picking this.
You know why that is? Because they look at it at the voting booth and say, oh, you're independent. You can't vote in the primary, in the Republican or Democrat primary.
Exactly.
Now you can't.
Exactly. I know that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
But
why they did
that's
that.
not a decision I care to actually have affect me or not. And they could do whatever they
That's-
want, but they're
that's-
making me a part of it.
Litigation.
Yeah, I know that.
Limiting
I know that.
our voice.
So,
Yes,
that being so how
absolutely.
come somebody can't go in the reverse and say that's illegal, get enough
is.
petition? Again,
It is
see,
illegal.
I know that.
It's
But
highly illegal.
And I'm saying it in they know it, we know it, and they
Absolutely.
know it can be reversed. And that's what I'm saying by that. They know it too, but they don't want anybody to say it.
That's what I was working on and have stopped because it
That
got
can be
bigger than that.
applied to so many things.
Yes.
These guys know
Yes.
it too. That's why they're just running on fumes and have been. And that's why my grandpa put us on a blacklist because this thing was illegally instigated. They know it. I know it. If not, let's do it again today and they'll find out right now. Yeah. And they
Yep.
think we're dumb.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's, or they hope that we keep voiceless.
This is what's funny in my mind, in my imagination. Okay, so
Crazy
we are
they gonna let that happen.
Look at it's happened before. Specifically here, we were taken over by a foreign nation. Okay,
Mhm.
say we're again. It's gonna happen. This is the third time we've been under another government. Your first it was Spanish, Mexican. Now we're under the American government. Who's to say another government's gonna come over here? Everybody's records. Oh, hey! And then there's no records of me voting for all this stuff when they're instituting a new government. Okay, we're gonna round up all the Republicans because they voted and there's a record of it. We're gonna round all the. What about these people? Well, they have nothing to do with it. They've been here just minute.
Last
It's
president I
happened
voted
before.
for
Okay, listen.
was myself.
Okay, when the Spanish government came back again to reconquer, they left us out of it because it was too much of a price to pay. We were too far. They
Too costly.
got. I'm not saying anything good or bad. This is just history. People need to take their personal feelings out of sometimes about history. That's why I say this isn't a reservation. This is our homeland. We've never been forcibly removed. We've never been conquered. We've never. Yeah, okay. If conquering is conquering, then why are we still? How come we've never been removed? We've always been here. You know, and people can say, oh, well, the surrounding government. I've been to Navajo High School. That's what sometimes they'll say that too. Well, have honest conversations with people. It's not intended to gotcha kind of things. It's what people feel. Human beings will.
It's your
tell,
life you lived.
Depending on how
Yes.
they're feeling one day, you'll get a different reaction the next day.
Yeah, but you see people take it personal, right?
Exactly.
That's what sucks.
Uh-huh.
It's like, well, no, I lived that.
That's why a lot of people come up to you. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Because if you would listen, I will tell you. You know, you can't get anywhere with that. How do you know? How do you know? Okay, where do you get off coming at me saying that? Let's talk about that after I tell you how I know.
Because you know what I'm talking about, don't you? Yeah. Yeah.
It's becoming really fun to me.
I've dealt with
I'm
that a
glad
lot
my
this
mind
last
has
few
shifted
years.
because it's becoming fun.
How do
for
you
me
know that
again.
information?
Huh?
Well, I did my homework. I didn't get it from you.
What
You know?
what is a
That's what I tell all these people. I didn't get it from you. I know you have this knowledge.
What gives me supreme elation is when I run up on somebody or I become privy or aware about somebody talking about the stuff that about my family's in. Say somebody has that book out. Say I see a podcast. Say I see something. Of course I'm gonna be up in there saying something. You know why? Because that's my home. Those pictures.
You want them to come at it right and
Yeah.
repeat it right
Yes.
instead of
Yes.
Yep.
And
filtered.
who are you to? I've caught people like that. You heard me say it on that video, Drums and Maybe a Movie. You heard me say like, oh, okay, look at this lady. She's got all my grandma's designs, original designs on her cover. That blanket belongs to my grandma. You flip it over, you see my grandma in that picture. You look in there, you see blue ribbons of my grandma's work and stuff. You see in my possession, and that's what you see in my video. They were saying all this. Mickey, ladies never met my grandma ever. So when they're giving a presentation, oh, silly me, I have to happen.
The original.
Yeah. My name is stitched in there. My Hopi name is stitched in there. The date of my birth is stitched in there. And it's it's not applique, it's not paint, it's hand embroidered. And that's exactly the topic she was talking about. She had all this whole people, she's making money of it, but she doesn't have a display item, and she's making money off of my grandma's stuff, never knowing and never giving me any credit. And when I come over here being a living relative, having a specimen, having other stuff, that real world things that she's bequeathed to us, how would you feel? You're over here pretending and having these people taking money, making books, but never ever really meeting the people or even trying to give me any type of credit and having here we have a living relative and all that stuff. I should, given that I've done all this research, but yet, and see, now the question becomes, who let them do that? And me being a living relative, if I do that to her, what she did to us, am I gonna get in any trouble? Because that's what she did. She made money off of it. Now, person being argumentative, like could argue, like, hey, since you made that money off of that, these people have a claim against you. We don't have courts out here like that. But I have several things in my possession that other institutions, national organizations have made money off of them, and we haven't seen dime. 1 red cent of those things.
Yeah.
Some of these photos, some of these things that they made money off of are very compromising. Now, do these prestigious national organizations want to let me tell people these things? I've filled out non-disclosure agreements. That's what I keep telling people. I talk so much stuff that even this negative PR, people will pay me to keep my mouth shut. because that's the truth. That's how
Mhm.
weird we are with the truth nowadays.
Yeah.
That's why
NDA.
I say all this stuff
NDA.
because I
It's
know
got to be contracted to not tell the
exactly.
truth.
People are, oh gosh.
It's got to be contracted to not tell
And
the
that's why
truth.
people don't like to talk with me.
It's fucking
Because
crazy.
that's a real world thing. You talk to any lawyer,
Yeah.
like, yeah, you're right. Homeboy's
Yeah,
got a case.
absolutely.
Yeah. How much is it worth to you for homeboy to say the truth? Because that's obviously the truth. You researched it. It's out there in the public. It's just that you don't want people to know. How much is that worth to you?
That AI thing that he says that.
Exactly.
And it's really powerful. You
I-
can take that little sterile thing the AI gives you and give it a real life circumstance
bias.
and show the fucking degradation of the society through that.
It's sophisticated enough. It can project models. It can project those things. So if that's what they're basing it off of, the exponential possibilities of that business model is what I'm trying to identify, because everybody's tired of the same old plastic shaman bullshit.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, exactly. Like they're looking for an answer, the wrong answer. They're looking for the wrong answer in the right place.
Or either that, they're not satisfied with the answer they found.
Yeah.
Just like me, you heard me pray, telling me I was praying for the wrong thing, and I had to eat that. And it wasn't an overnight process; it was a slow process. Yeah, exactly. Be careful what you wish for.
That's a very valuable lesson.
That's why it's warm. You're cooking.
It's ready. If you want some. Your mom wants some.
I'm surprised she hasn't moved yet.
It's actually bacon with peas.
Yeah.
Soup.
Yeah.
You can smell that.
Gotta have that ham in there.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to give away to people. Bunch of peas.
Probably
Split
bachelors
peas.
probably take you up in it. Out here we take care of each other's, like our relatives and
Mhm.
stuff. So just there.
There might not be so
I'm
many
not.
people
I'm not trying
so
to
hungry here.
paint it to be divisive, and people who are like that is because they don't want to adhere to our cultural norms, and that's just me saying that.
Mhm.
We have family out here, but if you want to be obtuse, if you don't want to embody what we're all trying to be, basically humbling yourself up, then you choose to be like that.
Mm.
You know, we have relatives. We have I really do think our way of life is a natural, social cap system. We have our godparents, and we talk to each other in our familial sense. Like my cousins, they're not cousins, they're my sisters and brothers. That's how we talk to us. What our aunts and uncles to in your sense in Western, those are our mothers and our fathers. So we, and then when we see each other talk, say one of my dads.
If they're of your mom and dad's generation, they are
yeah,
your mom and dad too.
Yeah, exactly.
I get
and
that.
even me too. I'll be older than some or younger than some people, and people will still call me dads because, like say me, I got Badger people for dads.
Mm.
So if I see somebody who's in Badger clan, I'll call them dad, and if they know that too, they'll call me son, no matter how old that they are. Same way with the women, like those are my aunts, so I'll call them my I'm kind of. It's like girlfriends, sweethearts. Our aunts are like,
Your auntie,
yeah, they're
kind of a
sweethearts.
sweetie.
Yeah. And then
They
vice
want to sniff you.
yeah, they want good things for us men because they know how women are. That's basically again safety net. If, in safety net, if they don't approve of people, they'll see it, and that's what's in those books. You'll see a Hopi wedding going down. That's why my grandma's in front of her house with all that mud on her face because we actually do formalize it. Mudslinging actually does happen in our culture. And a lot of people are surprised to find out that we adhere to the tenets of our what has been established. You'll see little tweaks here or there, because of family clan and whoever's officiating. But basically, it all follows the same form. And bound by those rules, in the modern sense, you can see how modern marriage and our marriage, it coincides with certain religions. There's no divorce in our yeah. If that person dies or they separate, whatever, you're borrowing someone's husband. you're borrowing someone's wife. And then when you guys all get to where you're going, those people end up having to pay for having borrowed somebody's wife or husband. They become more or less slaves to that person in the next life. And whatever things that they got to signify that like their bridal costume or clothes and things, that is forfeit to the original bride. So when we go into the afterlife, that's basically their handservant or their slave, basically, because they know that they're interrupting on something that's actually holy and sacred.
And they'll have to learn from
And there's
that.
a penalty to pay for these things.
You gotta learn.
Yeah. And
If you don't wipe it before you die, you gotta learn it in the next one. Absolutely,
They are free
I
to
agree.
go over and get themselves their own husband, their own wife, instead of borrowing. So that's where that penalty.
That's good. I've never split
everybody's
anybody up before.
everybody's feelings are placated. So like
Yeah.
right now, I'm in that situation. So if people want to hold me to that, then that's all I got is forfeit to in reaction to that. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hand me my cup. Get some
Yeah,
more
yeah.
coffee.
For sure. Hey, Kate, how much gas we got in that? Quarter? About a quarter? Okay, good. We got plenty to juice this thing up. It'll probably start now. Hey, Brenda. Sorry, I've been talking. I didn't see you over there. Trying to get you out of the sun a little bit. Focused on the tree. Kif is totally interested in what Jamie's doing. Oh my God, that soup smells pretty good, doesn't it? Not at all. All right, well, welcome back. It's, boy howdy, have you seen Iswa? It's a thing. It's what we do all day. So we don't do live a lot. We sit around, we strategize, and we talk about our life experiences together, and it helps hone each other and solidify what's coming forward. It's been a long process, and as far as time goes, but it's been pretty quick as far as I conceive that time passing, because it's been an amazingly wonderful growth experience for both of us, and we've become real good friends, and we can talk about any damn thing at this point. And I think that was honed for what's coming next, and kind of surprised, but yeah, I think we're going to be combining our efforts here and see what we can do together as like moving around doing things, seeing people that we've already seen. Because if you remember, when we started this, I had rules, and I've said these rules several times. I can't eat with these people. I can't make friends. I have to give the information and we roll to the next tribe. That time's over. This is a different time now. And I have a feeling we're going to be backtracking at some point, going to people we've seen already and couldn't spend time with, that merit more time. And I just this morning got some pats on the back from Creator, goosebumps. There's this, we're on the right path, folks. We're in the right time. This is going to be a crazy Christmas. Understatement of the year, and it's been a crazy year. I hope you're ready. I hope you remain calm so you can understand what you're supposed to do. Again, I think we're gonna lose the internet. Look at it. It's a little bit worse every day. We've been talking about this day for a while. It's all in your magnet. You're not alone when this happens. And if you listen, you'll know. It's one of the reasons I get upset about, well, sitting on fences. Social butterfly. A lot of talk, a lot of passing around false truths, lies, without doing homework, without doing the work, without doing the research, without getting the butt off the couch. It's a hard thing to do sometimes, but it's the easiest thing you're going to find to do. Look, we found each other. I always say you guys are all rare gems, like a needle in a haystack. You're fucking a gem in a pile of shit. It's true. But there's more of us out there, and people are shining. You're not alone. It's a beautiful fucking day. We're all here. Tomorrow might not be so pretty, but we're still all gonna be here. Yep. That's where I learned my magnet force from my hands was a real thing. Looking at Buddha. I was like, why is his hands not touching? Catholic Church has you bind your hands, fold them across each other. It's not what Buddha was doing in that stone statue, is it? I think the Buddha's a lie. I haven't really looked at it yet, but I know enough about our stone. We were telling a different story than what we're told. Buddha's something else. I know that much. There you go. Hey, we're all wizards, if you want to look at it like that. I just have a beard. We're all designed the same way, and we can do the same things. Some of us have different jobs to do. But we all have a common responsibility of healing and protecting life. I'm no more than the next magnet, and I'm weaker without the rest of them. That's the truth. See, this is us, and this is our adversary. Now we're all stronger. That's the way we need to approach life. That's simple. And we're picking up all kinds of shit. It's physics. Physics answered to me the spiritual. I can touch it, I can feel it, I can understand it. I can feel it now that I'm aware of it. It was solidifying for me the spiritual. When I read it off of that wall, I was like, and I know it has that effect on a lot of people too. They actually look at the information that we've been given out. It's like a fucking owner's manual. We were writing ourselves. Owner's manuals. Teaching our children how to be amazing. And a child read it. That's all I am. I'm nothing more than any of you don't. It's not true. It's just very not true. So it's Spark. That's actually the farthest from the truth. I just look at me. If I can do it, you can do it. I'm the perfect example of that, I think. I just go out and do it. Maybe that's the difference. I'm not afraid to show you how amazing you are. And everybody else is either paid or has an interest to keep you down. Maybe that's the difference. That's all it is. In reality, that's all it is. That's it. Jamie's chasing kitties. They was trying to steal his turkey yesterday. That's called meek. That's called meek, and I'm working on that. That's a target frequency I've not attained yet, but I'm working on it. That's what it looks like. That's what we all try to attain, right? That's the goal. Meekness. That's it. That's the goal.
I had to show you something. My mom was looking for bingo prizes because they're gonna do bingo during
I like bingo.
during the holidays. So she's looking for prizes and she's looking for things. Like, I gotta show Briggs this. And I shook it and I was like,
Oh,
Opie
yeah.
boy born in California can't survive. This is the kind of rattle I made for myself. When I was a little boy. It's made out of paper and cellophane. It still works. And it's got the designs.
That's a nice frequency.
This is what I had to do to keep my
That
identity
was
in
like
life.
maybe 600 hertz or some shit like that. 600 to 840. That one right there. I'm looking at. That's familiar.
And this is what I made with paper and stuff because I used to either come back and
The
forth.
other one on the back, that's a higher frequency.
Yeah. I just want to show you. See what all that government
Yeah,
instigated stuff you had to make me do?
They wanted you to forget that.
And here my mind is like, I could still make that rattle.
Yeah, you can.
I'll be back.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Wow. He made frequency wheels as a rattle when he was a little kid. That's what that is. He's drawn frequency. There you go. That was the higher frequency he flashed at you. And what's crazy is in tradition, see, there's a cadence you have to shake those at, and there's so many beads that go in those rattles. I would like to see the semantics of that rattle. Yeah, I've got good signal, but I'm going in and out, obviously. I don't know if this is going to stick this time. Let me see if we're back or not. I could use a little help, Seamus. I think we're back. We seem to be. Boy, that didn't go well. They didn't like that, huh? that was that was fun. You can always tell when you're getting into areas that these fucking gatekeepers don't like you talking about. You lose half your audience and you go fucking infinite death, try again, uncollapse it, set it up and reset the system to get it to take. Like, oh, I hope you got to see him flash that. They really didn't like that conversation at all. All the things we were talking about, they didn't like that. I find that interesting. Oh, Jesus. Fucking crazy.
Chico. Heat off. The soup is authentic.
It cooked all night. Took all the bells. Yeah. Oh yeah. That. Huh. Frequency. Yep. They don't like us knowing shit like that. That's fucking crazy. Just simple shit like that set them off. Frequency. Kitty meets Chico. Chico getting his tail. Oh, Chico. Chico. he goes back on his normal method of making friends, wagging his tail and barking like he wants to eat them. That was funny.
Couple seconds behind.
That was funny. Fucking Chico. He wagged
now
his little tail.
Now I can see the cat.
Chico can't do it. Look, he's gonna go get Kitty. He was wagging his tail. That's his old method of making friends. Wag your tail and act like you want to eat someone. That's how he's like, I want to be your friend. Fucking Chico, he don't know no better.
He was looking at him like, you're only this far apart. You know, both of them like,
I don't think Chico's actually gotten a good smell of the cat yet.
that's probably what was going on. Both of them could smell each other. You guys getting ready to go?
Real slow like. Real slow like.
Yeah.
You in a hurry? I was gonna hit this pipe again before I
Cool.
got
Yeah.
out here. This fucking resin pipe we got going on.
Cool. Guess who? Emailed me again.
Oh.
Ziggy. We ain't talking about Marley.
Mm-hmm. Ziggy. That is so funny that came up.
Hold on. Let me go over there.
Oh, dude, you walked by and flashed that fucking frequency. I went into instant fucking circle of death because of that conversation we were having. They didn't like it. It was lagging. We lost half the people that were here. I had to reset twice just to get it set catch again. I was beginning to wonder, did they strike me? Because that shit happens when you get struck. And I was like, oh.
You could copyright strike for Morocco.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Morocco dot.
What's up with that stuff on the bottom?
Copyrighted.
That's all they sent me.
standard encryption. He sent you something encrypted.
Yeah. I want to see. I was like, I want to see.
I ain't touching it.
Mail by Gmail, learn more science.
Now, if you don't know who you're getting it from, I'd suggest not opening it. I know you know who you're getting it from. I'd still suggest not opening that shit. 'Cause that's- Why is that encrypted? What did he do?
Yeah.
What is he trying to do?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's out loud.
Huh?
Questions coming into my head.
Right when you
What's this guy up to?
right when I the same conclusion, yeah, you know, I took it back, and the only thing that's this other stuff is submitted to me. It was just not going to me. See, I clicked on here and it's the same thing. Okay, now something's popping up. Okay, now I had to do extra clicks. And I did make those clicks, so how come it didn't work the first?
Okay. That's why you encrypted
See, hold on. I'll show you what he's missing.
it.
Okay. It's under that same kind of banner. And he's missing it. That's official. I used to do this kind of stuff in school. They teach us like marketing, you know, come up with their sign, graphics, font,
Careful.
all this stuff. So anyway, it's just we've created something state of the art, lightning fast, state of the art system, investigates without bias, monitors extensive data sources, identifies corruption instantly, tracks properties continuously, holds officials accountable. Companies pay millions for this level of information, but we've created the world's first Guardian of the Pines. The system can expand to operate in any area of the globe. Pioneer New Deal.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was pushing last time.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is just a face page.
Yeah. I mean, and it goes along with
Got
the
you.
thing he's trying to do. Good. I mean, if he
Yeah.
can do it, great. I see other people doing it. I'm not spitting on it and scoffing at it. But if it's results, then you know it's going to be a while because there's too many of these kind of things with no substance that people are beginning to see. You know, again, I'm not knocking it.
Well, you came out here and saw him actually take a piece of property that
Huh?
he had to obtain
Huh?
and then do nothing with it.
Huh?
And now you're seeing an electronic thing that you can sit on the desk and do it. And
Thank you, because I don't have to say it now.
what's going to come of that bullshit? Exactly.
And then what you're gonna get from me is exactly what you just said. And what would he expect from somebody else? Because I've been with him trying to do this stuff, so of course I'm gonna roll my eyes and scoff with derision the fact that he's trying to do something, market the same old stuff again. You know, of course.
And still over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Same guy.
Yeah.
Same AI name. That's what kills me. I'm like, no way. You're not even trying. Maybe well, to me, he's trying to hide who he is over here. But he hadn't even conceived that maybe that would come out.
I'll give him this. Okay.
I don't know.
One tenet I think, and just don't hold me to it. One tenet I think of the conspiracy theorists is that one thing they say about let's say the elites is what they're going to aim to, or the people in power, whatever the power structure is, that they have to tell you what they're doing. That's one of the things that I see consistently through some of the things that they have to show you what they're doing, otherwise it doesn't work. You know, those people that whoever they look like,
Spell.
yeah, exactly. So that might be the thing too, because you know it's what he's doing. I've seen it. You've seen it. I've seen him on other people's platforms now, and it's not just him; it's other people too.
Yeah. Oh well,
Yeah.
it's a whole network
And it's for
of these
differing
fucking
reasons.
people.
They're not all the same people doing the same thing for the same reasons. They're all different people doing the same
Different
similar things.
organizations.
Yeah, exactly.
And you see them butt heads
Some
sometimes
guys
too.
don't
It's like,
even
ooh.
know that that's what they're doing. Really,
Mhm.
you start talking to them.
Operation Mockingbird. They're full of people that don't know and they just repeat. Yes, sir. And that's what I hope to change someday. Is because they keep repeating the same fucking old goddamn lies.
Throughout time.
Yep. And now we have truth, and it cuts right through those lies. And I am fucking really happy to point those fucking lies out with receipts. That's
What I like is that you know what I'm talking about, because a lot of people that are on here either don't want to know don't know what to do anything or can't position themselves to turn that good into or that bad into a good. Some of us don't want to do that.
It has to, or we're left with nothing.
And then that thing needs to be modified. The only thing for evil to exist is the good man. Yeah, kind of, but we kind of have to. It's kind of like we're in a.
You have to fill the vacuum with good.
Yeah. To strategize how we're going to accomplish that, not just outright blanket generalized statements. It's very more nuanced and critical than
With
that.
each and every
Exactly.
individual thing comes along. Yes, sir. It's very diverse, and that's why your experiences are just your life, man. Yeah. And
Basically.
they may be that unbelievable for somebody that never did anything, but you know what? That's just you. You're not bragging about it. I had to come to terms with that every day, being on film and giving that kind of information, because everybody's giving out fuck tons of information. 99.9% of it's bullshit.
Or they didn't live it.
And they never have. Not only do they not have receipts, I know channels that literally say these words. You're too fucking stupid to understand what my Team 6 over here investigators are fucking this hush puppy. But you're just gonna have to fucking believe me.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm still in the chat.
They don't even bring the fucking. Oh, chat ain't moving.
Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah, I had to get that writer stuff out of the way.
But, yeah.
Mind you, I go again. I don't think anybody would be offended when I was there trying to help them get this stuff off the ground, and I don't think anybody beyond that who knows him would fault me for wanting more, given all the time and effort a lot of us have put forward. Yeah, so I don't think I'm wrong, and not necessarily earned the right to critique it.
I get the feeling you're hanging on to it because you got hopes for the guy.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
he keeps fucking around. That's a curiosity. In
That's what I
itself.
told him in that letter. Like, you got charisma, you're from that place, use that. You've done all this other stuff, use that. You failed maybe a little bit out here, use that. You know me, use that. And he's using that ideology, Hopi Pioneer, and throw it in under them because he knows that's a catch-all.
I have high hopes for his boss.
Exactly.
I do. The one that misdirected him. I have high hopes for him too.
And then in a weird way, we're keeping their legitimacy along with this. And if they choose to spit on that hand, of course we'll take it away. But what did they got left? So if they don't understand that all avenues of attack that they've gone through conceit, deceit, whatever, bad dealings with people, false information, this is the end result. But
Look
you
at
know
the
what?
end result.
The thing that did happen, you ended up meeting someone like me, and if you want that, cool. But if not, you're gonna have to drop all the other stuff. That was you did good. You did a good job, but here now, you're gonna drop that stuff, and you're gonna have to do this other stuff that, unless all the stuff that you were saying is wrong. See, that's where I caught them, and that's very uncomfortable because they were over here. Look at that. He went in, now he's scurried back home doing this, and he's coming
And
up
he's
with this
doing
new
this thing
propaganda
now.
PR
Brand new.
bullshit. And you know who does? You know what that reeks of? You know who?
Yes, sir.
You know
Yes,
who?
sir. The one who shall not be named.
Yeah. What did you do? What are you talking about?
Robert Lockwood.
Whoa, don't say that name.
Who's the musician? Yeah, that guy.
You know what I don't like?
Fuck me, bro.
You know what I don't like?
There's so many characters in this thing, and
Yes.
it's only one guy.
Yes. Now it's becoming so common now that somebody will make a derogatory statement on these guys' type of persona that I'm so engrossed in it that there's multiple iterations in my mind of the thing this derogatory name could apply to. He's one of them because he does that shit.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is turning into him. There's fucking hierarchies to this, just like what we were saying. That's how you
The
and
general,
I,
he's the
you and I
general,
laugh
dude.
about this shit, and then those people be just like looking at each other
You
like,
get special documents.
and they're so layered and so can't even trust each other that they can't even laugh about this shit or even admit like, oh shit, they're onto us. They're just look at each other like this. Because I've talked
Can't even vocalize
because
it.
I've talked with people who have been embedded in that stuff and figured this stuff out. Now they're outing these people. So am I really saying something obtuse? No. All you gotta do is look for little key phrases in a search engine and all these videos are gonna show up. Voila. It's
Yeah,
that
there
simple,
it is.
people. And then people will come and make all kinds of time. Oh, you guys are this. No, they're not that way. Because you know what? Because he did that. And where are we again today? Chef's kiss. Mwah. That's the end result of
Mic
all
drop.
this shit. Yeah, that's the end result of stuff.
Mic
So
drop.
you know, everybody instead of thinking that everybody's gonna fix it, or people like this, organizations like this has your best interest, and you know, these are the red flags. If cool, and if not, then it's just commentary. It's conjecture. It's what do they call it? Not science
Theory.
fiction. It's I don't know. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of it on the internet, and nobody cares to go and look for people like what we're doing.
It's like a lot of people approach, I like your theories. I'm like, no, here's a receipt.
Yeah.
This is not a theory. It's,
Yeah.
it's actually
Yeah.
something that you can touch, feel, and repeat.
And see, that can be applied in many disciplines too, not just in what you're
Oh, really? Everything
proposing
we
to
can
re-examine and you know reorientate a lot of the stuff, and you know embolden people too, because a lot of the stuff people are withholding in here, you know, they have just as much valid inferences and ingenuity as the next person. There's a lot of research being done by the public right now that a lot of energy companies, a lot of other people are getting scared of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the magnetic generators come out a few years after we started putting out the. I got a working model for the magnetic engine.
And these are the people that,
works.
when they,
It ain't mine,
if
it's
and when
someone
all
else's.
this cataclysm is supposed to happen, the system dying, whatever, these are the people that are going to be forward, and these are the ones that are going to take us to there. All
do it
these,
right
all
the
these
next time.
ones that have
Yes.
patents, have killed patents, have worked with government agencies to leverage their consumeristic greed to get us into the point where now we're their slaves and stuff, just for withholding ideas that are ours. That's gone. It's gonna be gone. That's why I agree with you. Everybody's, you know, jockeying and positioning and stuff like that, because
you sit back and
we
start reset
always
anyway.
come to a critical point. America always goes to war every 10 years. Look at our history. I know that.
We're going to war with ourselves this time.
Yeah.
How exciting is that, right?
That happens too. That happens
Gee,
too.
yeah, it does. It's fixing to get ugly. But you know, their script ugly. How much of the population's actually going to buy the ticket of that? I don't know. We'll find out. Some will. Doesn't take many to make a mess.
The people who think that giving their lives for control of the infrastructure, that'll go down. The people who want to be over there and avoid all this stuff because it wasn't their fault, that's
And,
gonna go down.
You know, they're rolling their infrastructure
Yeah.
over with a bus on
Exactly.
purpose too. And yeah, they're backing a paper fucking monkey.
You should hear when I look at the news and stuff like that. I mean, I don't even read it because there's this technique they teach you in debate where you take the first and the last of every sentence, and you gotta read pretty quick. I can go like that, and then I'll look at it and I'm like, huh. And then later on, I'm like, and that's what I do with these newspapers over here too. And then, you know, feels like a script. And not only is it a script, and not only is it predictable, they're making it be predictable and script if you give that thing too much credit. And in fact, we're way ahead of that shit.
It's
ahead of
aggravating
that.
watching these fucking news channels over here acting reactionary to what's going on.
Exactly.
When you're sitting here trying to tell them what's going to happen next. And it's like, you ready for an interview yet?
But this is the thing too. Some people get mad when I say
I can
that.
help your channel.
Some people get mad when I say this too. I go, and here, look at this. As simple as this.
Cricket.
Look at what you're actually looking at instead of doing what you're not doing that, not being right, not, you know, giving them, you know, yeah. And then I get it. I engage in that too to wake up people. But at some point, you're gonna have to say, because then that system's not gonna. That's when.
Yeah,
that's when
that's
some
going
people.
down.
That's when some people are finally gonna
Exactly.
get it.
That's going down.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So that's what I think
We're
is my
sitting here
indicator.
living-
Yeah, that's what I think my indicator is.
That.
Yeah.
When the net goes down.
Yeah.
Funny, I was just talking to these folks about the day that net goes down, you're not alone. Just you're going to have to listen better.
Panic's gonna say, "Where's our diversion? Where's our discounts? Where's that?
We've been
where's
practicing remaining
where-
calm on this channel
where's my false
way
confidence?
too long for you guys to freak out.
Where's my false confidence gonna come? Where's my public opinion? Where are people gonna be backing my fringe thoughts now? Where's all that
That's
gone?
the moment people hold the knowledge, stand strong. I can't wait till that moment. That's your big test. Yes, sir, I agree. Seamus, kiss stuff on a stick. He doesn't seem too unhappy about it. He's still wagging his tail. He's not real stuck, but
He's kif stuff.
he's kiff stuff. he needs the help. Thank you, sir. Fucking kid.
Oh, they kicked me off.
Did they?
Oh, I'm back.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah, I keep watching the people on here, and it bounces from 17 to 8 to 4, and then back up. They're fucking with the feed.
Oh, there's only, well, there's 8 people.
There are 8 people right now. We were down to 4 a few minutes ago. When I had to reset, I had like 17 on here.
It's going to be interesting to see how the back and forth, if the channels go back and forth and the algorithm changes.
Between the algorithm and the well, that's why I'm pretty excited. You're going to start a brand new one fresh, but wonder how good of their AI really is to figure out that we're working together.
That'd be pretty easy.
Yeah, I think it would too. But it's all good. Well, you know, it's sometimes the algorithm fucking sends me 10,000 people on a fucking podcast. You never know. What up, boy? Do me a favor while that's running. Plug me in over there.
Hey, if you
Well, I'm gonna eat up my battery if you don't.
I told my mom and them I'm not going to be here to officiate the bingo thing.
Yeah, that bowl's hot, baby. Thank you, Seamus.
you're not welcome.
Mr. IT guy. Plug me in, dude.
I got bros that talk backwards like that too. They tell me, don't behave. You look at them. You know you're not going to listen to me, so when you're not listening to me, you're listening to me, right? Yeah, okay, so don't behave. Gotcha. I'm good. Probably hot as
Thing's
fuck
still
too.
heavy as shit,
it's
too.
probably hot as fuck. Let it solidify back. I got another subscription. I'm gonna check that one. That's you. Wait a minute. Is it? The beef is so expensive they have to. Oh, that's That's
Yeah, it's me. We're live on that one.
Okay, I just had that little red dot on my subscription.
I was gonna make a video this morning about it because the whole news, because he's bringing it into light. There's no fucking cows. They're putting it out there in a very factual manner, but they're not accentuating the fact. They're just saying, you know why the beef's not gonna go down because of fucking Brazilian fucking beef, because they're in the same boat. There ain't no fucking cows. Ain't no cows. They'll say stuff like it's because of drought and grain prices. They don't go into there's no grain. Tyson did though just last night because they're closing down a big processing plant. Why? They can't get cows. They're used to doing 5,000 a day, and they're like, we can't get the cows to butcher. So they're coming out and telling you, you know, yeah, the food supply chain is collapsing. I told all my friends, Glenn's been, for years it was like, food's not going to be any cheaper than it is today. And then a couple years ago, Glenn started talking about it's not going to be as available as it is today, you know. And
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
The rules changed.
Only certain people are gonna be scared of that, or actually not know what to do. And I'm not one of those people that's worried about things like that.
Me either. I've been prepared for it too long.
I could be concerned about people away from my local area, like say you're in a big city. And you look to your left, look to your right. I mean, you guys are neighbors. You guys are there. But do any of you actually do things for yourself? Or are you guys just doing things for other people and then being a part of the system to where you just get stuff? Because I'm not demonizing it. I spent my first formative years being in that system. I know it well. It's what I grew up with. I thought the whole world operated like that until we came out here like, no, this is what we do. then you
Yeah,
should.
yeah.
And this is the reason I say this is because they're gonna have to go through that shock, either young, able-bodied, or old. No way around it. That's where you're coming in, telling them. So wherever they are right now, they're gonna have to make that adjustment. That's not a variable for them. That is just the thing. Just like it was me, being born in the system, having all those experiences in Southern California. Everybody should have being born in Southern California. Okay, cool. Come out here. Oh wow. Not this, not that, not this. I gotta do what? I gotta do what? We raise our own cattle. We got fruit trees. We grow our own food products and stuff. And then bitching and moaning until we gain mastery of it. That's the process that people are scared of. If I can do it as a kid, if I can know it, and if I can show it, if I can record it and talk about it,
It's that change.
then that's what I was trying to tell Jamie. Where are these people that want to come up and learn that? I have all these things that they can, learn from. But you know what? That's why. That's why we live like this. Because if you don't have that, you're gonna be beholden to everybody else other than
Around you,
yourself.
yeah.
And then is that being a human being, or are you being a parasite going over there to a system to where you're sucking stuff off? And as long as that host is alive, yeah, that's the system. Once that system dies, everybody is.
Now what are you gonna do?
Exactly. That's not mine. That is yours. That is mine. That's theirs. That's everybody's.
Now,
Yeah, and that's what makes us all together. Unless you don't eat.
That's part of that AI
Unless-
thing. You pay that, and you have to balance that and culture and everything else up here.
And some of us are been at this too, where we can see the changing tide and we can adjust and make innovations or intuit a new frame of thought, individualized by what we see based on our past experiences. And that's when that starts coming to the forefront. That's why I balked at every time. Every time he came at me, oh, we're gonna have more people coming. Cool, right on. Okay, are you guys gonna address these things? No, okay, cool. Everybody thumbs. Later on, all these people that drummed up all this stuff for, he's talking crap about them on the internet. And I was like, hey bro, you were just there. I was just there, and that's what he didn't want. I was just there.
Hold
How
him
come,
to account.
yeah, how come you didn't say this to them?
Hold them to account.
And I go, when
Yeah,
you say
yeah.
all people, I was there, you meaning me? Like that. All these broad generalizations and things like that. When in fact, I've been there for showing up, being there, all his BS, all his stuff that he thinks he knows, all he thinks he's trying to get me to do there. I'm telling him that there's a process and there's a level of reciprocity that we got to go here, that if you don't establish, you're not gonna get. We're just spinning our wheels and every time and things and like that. And yeah, I could go on and on and on. Again, receipts, but it's still going on because there is something there, because that thing is valuable, not just here, anywhere where you can find it. And it's not just ours, it's yours too. That's what's weird about all
To
this
me, it's
stuff.
valuable to figure out what they're missing.
They
what
just
it
want
is.
people to do it for them. That's all. That's lazy people. That's all it is. Think about it. That's all it is. If you can't get up what this child does, then you know what? Sit there behind your screen and complain about stuff. Yeah, don't get up off your butt, because then the universe will resolve itself out. And the less people are gonna be
Fire on the ass is gonna get them up.
that
moving.
too. That's what human beings do when they can't come and live with their environment. They invent fucking shit to destroy ourselves.
When the shit starts
Yeah,
flying.
exactly. That's the part of a sick system. And you're very, very much right about the frequency and the magnets and the memories in our hearts. Bro, you're that's why it makes me, on one hand, I don't like it when you tell people you're not that person, when in fact you have that warm feeling and sensibilities. Even they're comparing you to sci-fi.
People
Oh, it's
try to make me
Gandalf.
special.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I'm
Listen,
not.
yeah, but listen to me. The reason they're doing that is because what does Gandalf represent? Okay, what is Heston's persona? Biblical figures, patriarchal. Of course, we live in that society. We're gonna look to someone like you for that. And good thing too, because you're not personifying a false kind of image. You actually personify that for our times right now. Because who else is saying that? Those people weren't deified in their manner, in their time and day either. Think about it. They weren't. Only now and now do we see their influence, just like myself too. Maybe at one point they're gonna say one of these, will become some kind of hero, whatever. I don't care. That's just the normal progression of people doing things that were extraordinary and people having the memory of them. That's it. That's all. We do it in our culture too. You see some of these.
It's just us doing
yeah,
what we
you
do.
you
right?
see in our culture, time when the Spanish came. You see in our culture when we interacted with Apaches and with Navajos and stuff. You see in our culture when we seen cataclysms and stuff like that. You see it personified and stuff. That's basically our living, breathing history and recording of things that cross time, geography, that we all come together and we hold like this is our truth. This is what we believe in. This is how
Yeah,
it's
that's
always
what you
been.
see.
Yeah. And anything that comes in like that, we integrate it to where in our understanding, not in the way people want to interject and solidify in their understanding and what we know is true and holds. And it has to filter through our not just the way because we want it. It has to show in our way of being. If we were any warlike like that, if we just by mere geography too, those two things, if we were by rivers, if we were by mineral, if we were by gold, look what happened to those people. But we were smart enough from the other world to know these stories and integrate how we're going to live our lives. So we already knew all these things, and if we didn't, we wouldn't be here because that thing that we're holding is so important. Now, can that be commercialized? I don't know. We never thought about it, but it seems to be that we are surrounded by who want advantage.
Who want it?
Yeah, and even if they don't know what it's for, even if it's whatever sacred, whatever label they want
Couple
to,
different
they
reasons
just
are
want
coming
it.
up here.
Yeah.
One, to stir up the water. Two, people coming up because they don't have the answers, and they're looking for them anywhere they can. And it's just not the right place. Because they are looking for answers, they haven't had realization that they're actually looking for those answers in the wrong place. Now, if they come at you from a thing of physics, I got to tell you, bro, it hit off pretty well between you and I because you understand science really well. You understand the basic parameters of physics, and it's because you work it, you live it. And talking physics, you can take and apply it to what you do, and it's a completely universal language. If you just understand a little bit of it, and that's where I keep pounding, if you want to know the truth, fucking just understand a little bit of physics of the magnetics properties, apply that to yourself, and start right there. All you got to do. It's that simple.
You know what I want to get at is I want to get at the personal notes of some of these ethnographers and scientists coming and extracting all this knowledge that they try to label as not what you're doing, but other people, coming and extracting our stories and saying, because some of those notes
Want it for money?
Yeah, they may think that they're doing us a service by saying, oh no, this is just conjecture and we can't measure it. That was actually an integral part of how we're telling our story. And it's somebody intuitive or elevated enough to maybe they coming from different disciplines, and that scientist is only coming from one because that's what science is. They don't really
specialize.
And that's the service. Yeah. Whereas another person,
It's
holistic,
easy.
coming over there and seeing it can see everything because they're working at it, not just over here dogmatic over there, just in their research lab and not going out there doing field.
They're not looking at just
Exactly.
one tree.
I know
every day.
both those things. So somebody coming in from that view is not going to be, and that's where you and I are coming from. Me, all these things that happen. Yeah, I can take you to places that exactly exemplify what it is in ecology, biodiversity, the prevalence of this, that, and the other during spans of different times and different seasons. I can tell you that. That's why when I took you over there, then they're like, well, let's go see. And after spending time, we go, yeah, right there.
I was an ET in charge of a nuclear vessel
right there.
that I
Simple.
slept right next to the fucking nuclear house.
Yep.
And I knew if I did it wrong, everybody died.
Yep. We are off
Yes, sir.
kilter. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And again, I don't want to be over here arguing amongst my own people. If they can't see it, well, then cool. Because that's what we're all here to do. Not necessarily all of us, but again, just because we wear this label, that doesn't mean all of us are attuned to
The same thing.
Yeah, some of us are watching different things and waiting. And
When
we're
this
on
goes
our,
down,
we're
they're
a
going
bunch
to
of
get
gears.
their marching orders from
Yeah.
not this, not me. They're going to get it from their heart.
It's like all.
And
of
I don't
us.
know what they're here to do. I know we're all can do the same thing, but some of us
Yeah.
specialize better. Exactly.
And this fine-tuned machine.
We can't all do it all at
is
once.
Slowing down. Yeah, it's
Waiting for the cogs to start falling into place again. I see that. Yeah, and it's happening. It just didn't on my time scale. Like I said earlier, I was wrong about what Christmas, but I knew it was a Christmas was significant in their plan. You don't see it until it starts
No,
making sense.
It's just the law. I mean, the mere threat of it. Everybody's so wound and tight. That's what I just crack up at. It's been
That's
that
a
way
good
for the
one,
last
man.
12, 13 years, I think, because I've seen it out here.
It's been getting worse because your goddamn human frequency's been getting higher.
I don't know. I don't buy it. I've just been seeing the symptoms pop up in people to where that, the certain things that you talk about that are going around, you pretend that they're not
It's all
going around.
energy, it's vibration. It doesn't have anything to do with the professor. And it doesn't have anything to do with ascending. It's we came out of the womb into the womb of mother, and that vibration is in our physical being. And when it gets off, we get off if we don't adjust with the source. It's just a simple test of symbiosis. If you can breathe in a plant fart so easily, why can't you be symbiotic with your energy too? That's where we're at. We're on that second level of triism, that we were kept away from very specifically because that's the symbiotic relationship with our planet. We have to have that or we're not going to live. That's what the human frequency is weeding out right now. And the next step is
I think
madness and then death.
A lot of people want to be reassured. A lot of people carry a lot of guilt, not because it's the system makes you guilty.
Mm-hmm.
The system makes you
Yes.
like, oh shit, I gotta do this, but I really want to go live my dream. That gets years and years into it, and that's where you feel all this angst because that's what the system did. Now look at someone like me, who had all this stuff over there. I was born into it, know all that stuff, but I had been given this, and I choose to be here. I could easily go back and make my bones and do all this shit like that. Over here, it's a little bit harder, but I learned stuff, and really, when the time
More
comes,
important.
yeah, exactly. But that's the thing too.
You gotta weigh
You get to choose. Now these people too, who,
Yes.
the ones who get triggered the most, the ones that thinking they're debunking you for oh, what are you offering other than he's wrong.
And
Where's
then
where's the fucking solution and the receipts for that other than don't listen to him or
The
we can hear your sarcasm. Oh, all right, let's look at this. And what has he done? Doing AI driven, if that's even that, or doing little parodies and little skits of for what? Why is he making fun of you about that kind of thing? Where does that get anybody? And how does
Sometimes I think
how
it's
do-
advertising for the
and
truth.
again,
because
how do they not see that's what that guy is doing? And how do we take him seriously when he engages in things like that? And that's why I go over there like, all right, here we go. If anybody picked up on that yesterday, I think Judith did. She goes, oh, that was funny. I did.
with the little hand
Yeah.
puppet
Did I say anybody? No.
No.
But I said it in a way that somebody labeled it.
associated it with exactly what you. Yes, I think you should do videos with your little hand puppets. You're really good at it.
Again, that's lowbrow.
It is.
Yeah, it's too easy.
That's what's popular
Yeah.
nowadays
And
too.
if
They
it-
don't have to think about it
Yeah,
too hard.
and if it triggers that guy, and then getting mad, that guy needs to ask himself, why am I triggered?
so upset?
Yeah. Maybe I should stop doing. Then I'll stop doing.
Why am I wishing this guy an eternal fucking burning hell?
Give us a meeting date.
Because he's right.
Give us a neutral meeting date. We'll come meet you. We'll debate man to man.
Yeah.
Ask your viewers.
He can't
Ask
even
our
give me a
viewers.
real picture.
Hell, I
from
don't
his
even
own
fucking
camera.
got any viewers. Fucking I'll host that shit. You guys show up. If not, shut the fuck up.
But here's the last.
Politely,
I wasn't
of
going to
course.
talk about
Politely.
because it's true. But over there, he's blaming me. He says the commercials on my last video about Eric Briggs was cut in half. And is it because he's complaining
That's
and blah,
marketing.
blah, blah?
That's marketing.
And I happened to look at how many
marketing.
views. He had 83 views in fucking a week it's been on.
It's all
I'd
like,
cut
it's-
half the fucking commercials off of that fucker too if I was. You ain't getting the views, boy. Because you're feeding people lies.
Bro.
And they know that.
I watch content creators. I watch how they use metrics. I can I can see how they can have the receipts digitally about what, and people know this stuff too. And but some of these guys are betting that people don't know that or how the metrics work when you can analyze it, just like what Jamie's doing. You know, we're not living in them days. So the more and more people do that, and the more and more, you know what they're doing? They're freaking they're identifying a demographic and representative demographic that are unwilling to comprehend what the rest of the fucking world knows. Fuck yeah, bro.
He sends people to look
There
at
you go.
because of the vile things he says.
There you go.
They want to see the devil. And they come and look at the devil.
People-
And they don't find what he describes.
People have a problem with that and do things like that. So just like what I was doing over here.
I thank
Maybe-
him for
yeah.
that.
But-
I tell people,
Is
don't
it-
tell me I'm wasting my time on
Is
him.
anybody gonna argue
not.
with that once he presented like that? Because there it is right
There
there.
it is.
Yeah.
All that
Keep
effort
doing what
just
you're
brought
doing.
good things here.
Keep doing what you're doing.
He says these crazy things. I type it into Google, and these things that solidify what I said in a manner I'd never even thought of pop right up. He's like, oh my God, look at this.
They're
You
just-
guys tell me to ignore him. Why would I? I just learned something.
Why do you think?
So
he's-
did you.
Why do you
I
think?
made a video.
Why do you think Homeboy came over there integrating with me? Now he's analyzing all my AI stuff, and if all of the stuff that I've been,
And he won't even share
all that
with
stuff's
you.
been, I can do it myself.
I know.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, he's doing it for me.
He's the master.
See,
Ziggy.
I'm doing it to him, and he doesn't even know. He's doing my bidding, doesn't even
I
know.
bet you Judith even remembers Ziggy over here. He was trying to troll me a little bit ago. That's an old friend I didn't know had a new suit. That's good shit.
But really, it turns into little games right now. And you know the rules. Cool, we'll play when we have time. It's not.
We're sitting there laughing.
We're not gonna get affected, and you know all this stuff. It's comedy to us. at
It
this
makes you
point.
wonder why do you? Because I mean, okay, maybe I'm getting it wrong.
I do this here too.
Maybe they're trying to bring this laughter,
Just like that
and they're
guy.
succeeding.
Like that guy coming with the rock. I laughed at him and right in the place, and he just sloughed off. That's why these guys do it on the screen. Dare them to come over here and spitting all that yang over here. I'll treat
Because them
them just the
trying to
same.
fuck with what's going on in the world is, you know, that's not happening. They ain't fucking with my
And
world.
they don't
They
want
making me laugh.
They don't want that ban like you know who got because that's
They're
official
helping me
paperwork.
learn.
Yeah.
You know, that's great. I'm
If-
glad
if-
for my enemy
listen
to be
to it
here
this
because
way.
I don't look at them. They're potential friends.
If they ever do
Allies.
have a division like this, where we go out there and find people who are violating some kind of law, either libel,
Human law.
defamation, yeah, whatever. If they don't have the copyrights to these things, if ever there's ever things like that, who better than me to be going over there, or I want to find out who better than me to going out and finding these people who are violating said laws.
Yeah.
Not only to these guys holding accountable, but holding these private entities and individuals accountable for taking what's not there and presenting it as theirs.
As theirs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, plagiarism.
Exactly.
No,
And I
see,
got a track record
here's-
with that already too. With-
Here's the thing. I
Karma.
am not in that position to do that because
no.
I'm literally full circle, Jamie. The fucking walls were drawn by y'all centuries ago. Some of you know it, some of you don't, but I do. I know who drew that fucking picture. I see your signature on it, and it solidified to me. So my information isn't mine. I don't hold copyright on it. That's why I don't monetize. This is our information, our birthright. That's different from your source.
My source is
Way
from
different.
books
It's
that have already been.
heritage,
Yeah,
your
that's already been put
ceremonies
into
and
print. There's
you
already been consumerism in there, and two, not only that,
plagiarized from you when you're
not necessarily.
and twisted.
No, not necessarily. In the same vein as what you presented, try to indemnify or you have, us too. It's not ours either. This land don't belong to us. We would, and again too, in a weird kind of way.
It is mother's.
In the way that
It's mother.
in the way that people and countries and kings and establish themselves, rights of first discovery. That's ours too. This
Yeah.
whole fucking continent. is
You got your
ours.
marks on it.
Yeah. So when humanity is ready to contend with that, that's what we're waiting for. That's it. And until that time, we're gonna have to suffer through all this stuff until we get to that day. And it's not that we're gonna be conquerors. It's just that, just like what you're talking
Patience.
about. Yeah, that's
Calm.
That's when all this stuff's gonna
Boom.
happen.
There it is.
And that's how we. And it's not me saying it. It's look at all these books, and that's where a lot of people go into trouble, and they see me because I'm familiar with the work. I'm familiar with these archaeological sites. You saw me with all these pictures and things, videos and
Mhm.
things. You and I have
I
visited
think
certain
you walked
places.
by him to get to school.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
kidding me?
And then
You know.
and then so when I do that, it's people coming up to me. It's not the info, it's personal. That's what I trigger, and I found that out. Sometimes it's reverse. It's not personal. They're trying to get the info, but they don't know how to go through that. But it's just something that, for some reason, they want to come over and mess that thing up too. I also think that's an indicator of trauma, because we're so used to, because no one addresses it like me. We're so used to being like, oh, hey, that's our knowledge, that's our this, that's our that. How come they don't? Yeah, see, that's where that comes from. So they don't know how to do it to the people who did it to them. So what's the next best thing? They do it to me. But I understand that, and I'm prepared for that. And I am that thing that they're arguing against. That's why when I look at them, oh, you mean my grandmother? You mean the place where I go worship? You mean where I was named, or where I go grow my corn, or where we, want me to keep going?
Yeah.
There's another book that they did off of this book, and off of this book, this book. You want me to keep going? Oh, there's this other.
But
Okay, Jamie. Okay.
just like the AI report that Jamie gave you, it's very sterile.
Yeah.
It isn't a life experience like what you can bring
Yeah.
to that. That's the valuable part that a lot of people get offended because they just don't have. And how can you have that? I see that
I
in a
worked
lot of
for
the
it. I
things I
lived it.
talk about. Exactly. And it's like,
And
it's
it's
not
not
my
all
fault I
good.
went and did this
It's-
and you didn't do
Yeah,
anything.
it's not all good either.
Well,
Every- Everybody's picking out the bad stuff.
that was one of the
Yeah.
first things I came
And
over
okay,
here
bro,
and said,
bro,
"Look, I did this,
Now
that.
listen to me.
I've
Listen
been
to
a
me.
junkie."
Listen to me. Yeah, that's another thing too. We're gonna do your version, and we're gonna learn how to apply that AI analysis of it too,
Mm.
to your story, to my story, to what they think of us integrating our story. The possibility. That is where we're
that's
at right.
interesting,
Yeah,
isn't it?
we're in that time right now.
I wonder if it can
That's
even
how
conceive.
people are starting to look at things and see. I already know that because the capability of already integrating that and how, just like what you said, how this can impact this, impact that. Not speculating how it actually ran down because I dry run this shit.
First run through, we saw greenhouses coming up behind us. I'm wondering what happens the second time through.
Now, any of those people been doing it for as long as I've been doing it? No, that's not again, because we're friends. That's not a dig at anybody,
No,
but
it's
but
not.
I'm saying this for practicality's sake, and I'm saying it because I do practice what I preach, and I don't want to be wasting my time saying, well, how do you know? How do you know? No, bro, just listen.
Nobody's been doing it like you do.
Afterwards, if you do what we're doing, then you get to, come to the pulpit. If you don't, then just write it down as info and keep your mouth shut, kindly, because you're not adding to the conversation, and that's what we're talking about. You can't be interjecting if you have nothing. Just listen. That's it. And I'm glad that you made me a moderator too, because sometimes I'm not gonna cut people off. I'm gonna wait because it's a teachable moment.
Yeah.
Ridicule is a teachable moment. Humbleness is a teachable moment. How many times do people got to go around saying that you're not doing the right thing, and you're gonna finally listen?
I'll accept humble.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be humble because that's along the lines of me, and that's what I'm shooting for because that's the goal.
You're teaching me
For
that too, to become
individual.
a bit more civilized and manner, and
accept
that's kind of
myself and
oxymoronic given the nature of our slurs and cusses.
we both are the same nature, bro. It's amazing.
But we can turn it off.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And we can be very precise with our.
That shit opens doors and makes you a part of the crowd too when need be. When you have to change your speech and persona and mannerisms. Yeah, and that comes with experience because a lot of people that makes you a mark. And you can't be a mark when you're trying to extract information. And that's not that saying it's nefarious. It's just that you're not gonna get far. That's why I'm as simply as me trying to learn Italian because I'm getting invited to go to Italy. So there, simple as that.
You gotta do the homework. That way you're not standing there, not even able to get any of the richness of the life because you don't even understand the language. It's tough. Absolutely. I've been there. At 19 in the jungles of the Philippines, boy, I was learning a lot of shit. Yeah, I tell you.
Life and that stuff.
good stuff.
And that's exactly what I was learning on the streets too. Because I mean, every day we had to walk. Every day was I mean,
A new person, a new
yeah,
experience.
every very variables and just a set of rules that kept us safe. That's it. And I'm glad my mom and dad, let us loose us out in the world like that. Taught a lot.
Hmm. You can't replace life experience with the book. You can add to the book.
That's
Always.
it. That's how when I got back to, I reached out to my friend. He's got some GoPro footage on his channel. He hasn't uploaded in a long time, and it had been months since I got a reaction. And finally, I checked his thing, and I guess he who are you? Like, really? Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I went to that school, so I had to interject some top of the, because he was my first best friend. He's Japanese, but he hasn't seen me in 40 some odd years, And I told him I was in Riverside a couple of years ago. So he goes, yeah, I'm down to do an interview, do talk, catch up and stuff like that. So I do have a lot of things going, but it's interesting to me that some people never left that place, just like what you were saying. They lived their whole lives in one place, but they're not from there. And that's why it's interesting to me, because he's of Japanese descent, and I think he's second generation. I do believe that his family might have been subjected to the institutionalized and necessary machinations when they were at war
All
with
that
nation.
stuff,
Internment camps and things
Internment
like
camps.
Yeah, exactly. So
Same shit they're pulling right now.
yeah, see, and that's why
And we ain't even at war.
that's what it made me my commentary a couple of times back. Can you say internment camp?
And they already deemed that fucking one of the most horrible things we've ever done to our people. And we're doing it right now, and we got motherfuckers cheering for it. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA.
You know what's scary? Is the barbarity that is actually elucidated in that legalese jargon, and then making it legal for people to do the most
Horrible
murderous
thing.
and horrible thing to one another, but it's all on a piece of paper
What
like that.
his words are saying
That's
that
what's-
actively right now.
Yeah, that's
I've
what
never,
really gets to me.
When's the last time you heard a president ask for anyone's death? Ever.
It's like that. Yeah, just like out here too. Like okay, there's omission and there's proactive, reactive. A lot, and just like what I identify in people. Like I want the whole thing. Just like I'm always like that. I can understand directions, but I can't be doing a thing half-hearted or just bits of information.
Just a little piece of pizza.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna eat later.
Yeah, then if the people are gonna get mad at me for filling in the parts,
Give me the five,
you
man.
didn't give me the correct formula, so I'm doing this on the fly. And this works for me. It may not
That's
work
what
for you.
me and I really loved it through that, and we still do that. But grilling me about the information, I love that.
Yeah,
I
do
fucking
that.
love it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, and then
It's
again,
very healthy. It's something that we haven't done so long.
I'm going to digitize all my books, and so I won't have to carry those books. I'll be with them, and I'll just
Have
to
it
make
on you.
sure. Yeah,
See, I've already done a lot of that with the videos around
do.
that and shit
I've seen.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's on my phone now.
Uh-huh. And
I
so,
don't need internet.
along with that, I'm gonna do comparative things with yours too at the same time. So I do two. I'm always about doing two things together. Three, even better.
I've been out there and no internet. Couldn't show them a picture. I had to tell them, and it was very awkward. Pictures are powerful when you're teaching something new.
People are. One thing I like about what's his name doing all this stuff, whatever.
It's the receipts.
Well, not only that, there's going to be somebody who's way farther than he is, and he's going to see and kind of. We might even have to go through. No, let me show you. Then they're going to really give a breakdown, and hey, if this really what it say is, we've actually been tracking you guys. We've actually been waiting for you guys. That person that that subscriber, that whatever, that whoever, that's one of us. So we've been, this is our proposal. Because I honestly think that, because not necessarily are we gonna rule the world and have our own bunker and things, that kind of money. No, we're not. We're just gonna be like, cool, to our satisfaction, we did the best we can. Now we can go retire and watch it. Put our glasses
When
on.
we're done,
Whatever.
money's gonna be worth way less than toilet
Exactly.
paper. That's not gonna
Yeah,
be
the
new
paradigm shift
currency.
is gonna happen.
Absolutely. That's what our goal is,
Like
right?
my
That's
favorite.
the ultimate
my-
end goal.
yeah.
Paradigm
Yeah,
change.
my favorite Twilight episode where that guy's over there in the desert carrying all this gold and his friends got water, and then they finally decide which is more valuable, water or gold. So the guy's over there selling him you know, an inordinate amount of gold for just this amount of water, then suddenly becomes, no, this is more valuable. You can keep your gold. And that guy's over there, so he does away with them. Then, you know, it blurs out and it comes back. These guys are in skiffs, and that guy's all, water, water, I have all this gold, gold. Get water. And the guy goes in, he's in this little, you know, sci-fi car, no wheels, you know, anti-gravity, whatever. And that lady's over there looking, and that guy goes over and gives him water. And by the time he gets back, he dies. And he goes back and goes, oh, what was that man saying? Goes, oh, I don't know. He was giving me this. He goes, oh, why did he give you that? He goes, I don't know. He was thinking this had value. Oh, didn't that have value back in the day?
In the
Yeah,
day.
it did until they found a way to synthesize and make this stuff, you know, and then they go on. Because then that's where I want to be. That's why that's my favorite episode of,
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
to the episode of Twilight Zone, because that gold is
I
really-
remember that
Mhm.
episode.
But isn't it funny that some of the ancient things and ancient decipherings of some of those, what Sitchin does, he says that those guys wanted to isolate that gold as a dome and some kind of protective layer shield because their atmosphere had depleted. Isn't that weird?
Their magnetosphere was weak.
See?
That's what led me to realize they really are like us on their planet, and they lost it. They lost it completely. And their magnet is weak over there, and it can't sustain life because of that.
Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apply. Once I get familiar with the AI, I'm gonna have it watch my videos and have it break down like what Jamie did with our videos too. It gave a complete synopsis of what the subject matter was, of our banter back and forth about where we were, the concern we have, historical evidence, you know, things like we were talking about. And it never did it.
See what AI says.
Yeah, and never did it hit about, you know, stuff that I was saying, because you know what? There's really, I don't really think, and this is where I kind of get into a bit of a conundrum here. Am I making it easier for AI to identify that stuff, or isn't it up to AI to go back and actually analyze all the stuff that's in publication rather than depending on me and what I'm saying?
To say,
Yeah. See, because
at
I've
least
done that already.
cross-reference what you're saying.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I want to understand the mechanics of that so that I know what I'm talking about
It
on that
should be
end.
referring to
See?
everything said.
But have
Because
you
that
ever?
little piece.
Yeah, have you ever heard of anybody explain it that way?
No.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing.
I just
too.
assume that's the way it would do, because that's what I do. And it's programmed by people that are pretty smart. But they don't analyze very well, because look at their actions. So it leaves a fallacy in their AI to me. If they can't figure out the fucking truth themselves and they're running around in circles, how good's their program really going to be? Is it going to be an AI of them running around confused in circles? I did.
Look how many decisions are going to be based on that. But again, it's uncertain.
It's scary, isn't it?
Uncertain subjects.
Yeah.
Uncertain subjects.
Certain subjects. People are using that widely nowadays
And
in
more,
their business,
and
in their
the
life.
More and more. Again,
How
that's
stable is that AI?
Yeah, that's going to get worn out yet too, until it comes to like people like us. And then, you know, because people are going to get tired of that, because they're going to see it really quick.
The
Humans-
AI was born out of fucking confusion.
It's just
How
getting,
can it be anything else?
it's a bunch of data that's agreed upon.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's a confusion. Because scientists are always baffled, bro. Exactly.
And it's
That's what I'm
useful.
getting at.
It's useful, yeah,
Mhm.
but you have
To
to
a
see
certain
it.
point.
You have to see it in that way.
Yes. Absolutely. I agree. And most people don't. They don't, because they're confused themselves.
That's what I was trying to tell people about, you know, because I'm not, when I say my people, I mean, we're completely capable, but only certain ones of us will let certain ones of us know that we know. And I know what you're trying to get at with my dad, you know, not specifically, but, you know, the intent behind it is to gather information so that we can get it to ours. But right now, because of what he's been through and what I know, just wait a little bit until I come correct with them too, to where that I'll integrate that. But we've already did the formality of meeting and stuff like that. Another thing, we can't be really telling people the entire breadth and scope of what we're doing. One, it'll be a waste of time. 2, it'll just be a talking point for them to the wrong people.
Mm-hmm.
3, we already got people tracking us. We already know that I came to
Document every
yeah,
word.
exactly. So potentially, what I warn my friends about is this: you're gonna get flack from us if you start spouting the stuff what we're saying, and it goes on multiple levels. I see that with my friend down here. He knows how to integrate it because he's one of us. He knows how to use it and play that thing back and forth. Some people don't, and that's that. And that it wasn't just immediate. He had to see how the adjustments were weighed in and around. What he do, I do. What we do, and that's been built up. That's just not an overnight thing. So now he's very and then as soon as something's a discrepancy, he's the first one I call. Hey, guess what? Tells me. And people walking around don't think I know. I know. I'm probably one of the first people who does know, but I just let that be. But I'm not saying it's like a spy network. I mean, it's not, it's really not. It's just like, we're not wasting our time with certain people. That's all that is. Because you know what? They ain't gonna do nothing with that information. They just want to know it and sell it to other people or give it to people so that they can have a position.
How can they benefit from it?
Exactly.
And that's not this kind of information.
Thank you.
The only way you're going to benefit from it is if your neighbor knows everything you do. It's fucking beautiful. You have to share it or you lose out.
That's why.
How do you patent that and hold it?
That's why I think people don't like me around, because what they're protecting in their mind as niche is the generality, and I could look in a book and say that's the same thing you're saying. They just don't know that, and that's why I'm saying that. Go ahead, keep thinking that.
Yeah.
That's why
Have
they
fun
don't want.
with that.
Yeah, that's why they don't want to be around them, and they don't want me being around people that they know that they're kowtowing to that shit. I know that too, and I know this other stuff, and I know many iterations of the same thing. But cool.
If you're going to hold on to that book review,
yeah, that's what I say.
have fun.
I get it.
I've been there.
I know that look in other religious people's faces. I know that, and you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be one of us. You just have to have that faith and challenged, and you see that look. If you don't know your religion so much that it's universal, and you're gonna waste your time saying that, oh no, we're Baptists and they're Lutherans and whatever, whatever. And you really don't know your religion. And you know what? It's gonna die.
The title.
It's gonna die out.
It's
in
as
its
deep as you
own.
know.
Yeah, and the world is way longer than this little tiny blips of time about religion and conquerors and kings. The world is we're just here now. That's it. We're just like, oh, yeah, we know. So if we did, then why are we so scared? Yeah, when fear is erased out of the human system, I think that's when we're
That's when you start knowing stuff.
We're no longer prisoners of our lizard brain, to where we see fear and hostility everywhere, and that's our fighter. When that fight or flight, yes, it's an evolutionary thing. I get it, But then again, what's evolutionary too is our thought process, to where we can make it to where that danger isn't even a fucking thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, see?
No more fear. And even if it's a life-threatening thing, oh well.
And see, you're looking at somebody too, like I was down there, again, that baby fell flat in his face. His parents saw it. Another person saw it. Me walking around, making sure everybody's safe and stuff like that, tending to my son, being, eyes all over like that. So like that. And he looked at his parents looked at me, but in that little instance, that he was like, you know what? I'm not gonna cry. Yeah, because he didn't see fear, or you're like, oh, boy, didn't get it. Oh, like he didn't see none of that. I was just like, kind of like, and then the fly, I didn't stop my cadence. I just, he fell on his face, and he just the instant he was about to cry, like, that.
Looking around for justification.
Yeah, exactly. And now
they
the
gonna make fun of me.
Yeah.
He sees you, he's like, I'm gonna toughen up.
Exactly. And I look back.
Because it didn't hurt.
And then by that time, I was several feet away, and I looked back, picked himself up, and I went like this. Went on.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
But oh no, poor thing. He might hurt himself. He didn't have his helmet on. He should have known better. There's been safety equipment, all the Karen BS. Well, then do it then. Don't just come in retroactive or reactive and come and say all this stuff. If you know all that, then how come you didn't make the whole system to where that can't hurt a fly, or every 90-degree angle, every hard surface is not here.
Padded.
Yeah, don't come over here being, oh, how can this, that, other, this.
This in my house, that pipe insulation?
Yeah.
I had taken the pipe insulation and put on every fucking corner in my house. You know why? Because I had to. Any mark come up on him was a question on me, boy, from DSS.
And we grew
Your
up
mama and everybody.
I hear this generational stuff about Gen X. Yeah, we didn't. I don't ever remember wearing knee pads. I don't ever remember wearing a helmet. I don't ever remember any of that stuff. The stuff we do every day is a lawsuit, but we loved every minute of it.
Yeah, it was a lawsuit, but we had so much fun. Hell yeah. As kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And I had to go around literally proactively patting everything just out of defense of being able to keep my fucking kid.
That's where we are in society.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's multiplying.
Any bruise is a big fucking deal. I'm like, fuck, he's just learning how to walk. Are you kidding me? He fell down and skinned his hands one day. I'm like, what? That looks like abuse to you? I burned his hand, they said. I said, look, it's a scrape. And they had a doctor look at it and said, it's a scrape. He fell down. Obviously, he's a fucking kid.
It's a scrape.
And I was like, oh, dude, I came home that day with padding everywhere. Carrying the big fucking noodles. I'm like, fuck all y'all motherfuckers. I'm going to bruise-proof my house. That's what I did. I followed him around for 3 years like this. It sucked. But after that, I knocked his tooth out. I was like, fuck it. It's all good. Oh my God. He got older. And he could actually talk and tell him how it happened. I was like, all right, here we go. Now we can have fun. He's starting to have language. He was about 3 years old. He was really articulate.
Yeah.
He could read and write. All of it, speak. He was reading and writing before he was speaking. Really?
What I was gonna say last night. You said something about when you were a kid or something. I was gonna ask you, what grade? Because you and I were in a California school system, both same system. Okay, very much ahead of the curve in the state or in the country. Okay, so that's why when I came out here, it was kind of like remedial. A lot of that stuff. I skipped grades. I even skipped grades in California. So my question was, what grade were you when they start classifying rocks like as igneous, metamorphic? What grade were you in when you knew the classification of rocks? I was in second grade. Yeah, I was coming home with like little you know how you cut out and paste, and then you put the names underneath and give examples of
Yeah.
So
real young.
Yeah, I was real. I remember
It's
that.
hard for me to remember that far back, bro. But yeah, I'm thinking like there was paste involved. Long time ago, yeah, bro. Young. What grade? Fuck, I don't know.
I got
About
in
that.
I
I
got in
guess
a
second, third, maybe.
I got in a conversation with this kid, and we were waiting for where Kachinas are gonna come back, and he was kicking some rocks, and one of them went down there, and I don't know whose kid it was, but I was like, hey, little boy, sit down. I need to tell you something. I was like, see what you did right there? You could have hurt somebody. And I started talking to him. And what I was telling him, come to find out, he had gone to school where I had gone to school, like way back in the day. And because I wasn't learning anything, I would just walk out of school. I'd walk out of class. I was ditching. I had already been ditching, Nobody, they punished me once, twice, whatever. But somebody said, like, why he's ditching, right? Because he's not learning anything. So they started taking me aside and making these they call them challenge classes, okay? So that kid that I was talking about his behavior and stuff like that, come to find out he was in those challenge classes, and I cracked up. I go, oh, they still have those? I go, you know what's funny? That's what I'm the reason they have those classes. They didn't know what to do with me, and people started listening to what I was saying. They started instilling him things. I go, that behavior right there, and I told him about the consequence of that, about his role in society, about how we're supposed to be mannered and dignified more than just here, and hold to scrutiny because what we withhold and what we're gonna, be. And telling him that you had better be that because that's how the world is going to look at you, especially so if that's what you're going to claim to be. And that has to do with this. We have to treat one another right. We have to be accountable for our actions. We're going to have to see consequence and things like that. And it doesn't just come, some of us don't have our fathers. Some of us don't have our brothers. Some of us are single households. Some of us are very, our foster families and things. And everything that I'm talking about, I have experiences in, being part of a broken family, all these things. So I'm talking to him right there, and the kid's listening to me. Obviously, because he's sitting there. But not only that, people that are listening to me too talk to that kid. So I'm teaching them too, because the
People around you.
adults are looking at me like,
Ain't wrong.
yeah. See?
Mm.
That's how everything needs to be approached. And if you don't have anything good to say, and if I'm right, then and I want to be right. These are things that I'm taught. If you want to add to something, cool. Make it a teaching point. If you just want to be derogatory, how come you're saying that? Okay, well then, there you go. See this kid? This is what I'm talking about. And I'm that guy. Yeah.
Good example. Thank you.
Excuse me. We were having a conversation. Do you want in? Come over here.
Thank you for
If
the
not,
perfect
then okay,
example of what I was
continue with
trying
your
to convey.
conversation over there. And then by then again too, that kid is learning how certain people are and some people aren't.
Perfect example of what you just telling me.
You don't want people like us around. They hide
That's
their kids
okay.
from us. Come here, don't talk. No. Then whatever I did, whatever work I just did there, what they were saying? How come they were saying? Hey, excuse me, what were you saying with my child? Nah, see all this stuff.
I have a fan down there. It's a little kid because I gave him and his grandma some beads
Oh yeah.
that I made.
Yeah, Pete, you got your favorites. Yeah, they'll come right out and say, "Hey, how are you?"
I was hoping to run into them.
some of the parents will come and say, like, they'll bring them around because just like I was saying, I was singing and dancing over there. Some of those men came up and bought some stuff from me, like arrowheads and things like that. And they brought a little girl. They were like,
Yeah.
"That's good. That's healthy. That's gender roles.
Yeah.
How come my uncle can't be like? How come my brothers aren't like that? How come they're not trying to be that because I'm fake?"
I find kids like that all the time.
Yeah, my favorite is this
Gravitate to
chubby
real
boy.
and-
He came up to me with his mom one time in the parking lot. And I was playing. He came out and he looked at, and you could just see he was like, and you going like this, and I was playing and I was like watching it go down. He was over there bouncing around his mom. His mom was like going slow. And he's over there like this, bouncing around. And then his mom pops the trunk. Apparently he'd been watching me. Apparently he told his mom. Apparently his mom and dad were like, cool, why not?
Yeah.
Kid likes it, cool. They bought him a little guitar. When he popped out, he got it, and I was like, and then I started smiling. I was like, cool, and I was still playing. I was
You got
smiling.
someone to play with.
Yeah, exactly. And he came up really like this, and when he got up there, I go, okay, cool. And I put my leg up, and I seen his mom, not talking, but we know what's going on. We're both parents, we know.
Yeah.
So I'm over there, and I'm over there like this, and I was like, and he looks, and he doesn't have a pick. I was like, cool. You could see he's like that. And I go, wait. And
My
went in
equipment's
there.
short.
Yeah, I gave him one. He's like, oh, God. And then I was like, give him simple chords, like that. And making sure his things are right there, fret right here, making him here and here. And he gets it. And when he walks away, he turns around to, gonna give me my pick back. I go, no, that's yours. He's like, man, he's walking back tall. That's what I'm talking about. I defend that, I promote that, and if you're gonna try and poison that while I'm initiating and maintaining that, you have another
You're gonna be the
freaking thing
next Stevie
coming.
Ray Vaughan,
Yes,
baby.
you're gonna have something coming because
To that pick,
you're
it's gonna be a frame.
you're gonna ruin that kid's experience. And you as an adult, how dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I defend that.
Oh yeah.
That's for them. Because that's
Yeah.
how I was inspired.
Hell
Look what I
yeah.
do with my heroes. Look at the lifelong journey and how empathetic and how me adhering to that ideal and doing it, having that thing to be something in my life and having me accomplish that and having him sign that scene. Yeah, Billy Mills, 1964 Olympic 10K, 10,000 meter gold. Jamie, follow your dreams. Fucking right up on my board, along with my other heroes. And these people don't matter, but they matter to fucking me, because that's what I do. It's not like I just like this guy. Okay, so how come you don't do what they do?
That's your homeboy.
Oh, I just like him because that's great. But with the heroes that I got, intimately involved with what I come from and who the people who inspired me. Yeah, and what I do too.
Yeah.
Like that guy who sings on the corner in Winslow. He's my friend. I've been nurturing that friendship whenever I play on the corner too. He does too. Am I as famous? No need to be. We just got to be fucking hobbies. He's just a little bit more famous, as are other people more famous. As is the guy that I'm having. He just comment
Still
music,
talk.
yeah,
Yeah.
music. And I just don't get it.
Brings all people together.
Exactly, and that's I guess like I'm saying, I'm that guy over here doing that. And if people have a problem with it, cool. But well, where's the other guy that's gonna be the alternative? Where's the this? If you don't like this guy, where's the version of this guy that you like? Is the question.
Yeah. Who else is going to do this
And
job?
when you start
that needs
asking
to be
that
done?
question in a public sphere, it becomes something.
Do you have a badge for this?
Yeah, it becomes something to where like, well, yeah, you don't have this, you don't have that, but yet you're questioning about this. Seems like there's something wrong to that. And then they forget that there's that camera going on, and they get that look like, I better go. He might put this on the internet. And I'm that trial period is over. I do have stuff. I can put them on the internet. But from this forward going on, I'm gonna let people know like, hey, this is my channel. You don't like, I'll do that little time period too. I'll put it right there where I'm at. They read that like you are on camera. Anything you say you can and do will be held against you in my purview, and I will use against you, Yeah. That's the public sphere. That is a designated business area. I'm providing my security. I'm holding myself accountable. What more do you want? Are you guys doing it? What's that camera doing up there? You know what I think? Honestly, you're keeping eyes on your political foes. I'm just saying.
I find it funny that your
I'm just
political
saying.
foes still put you on the top of the list in qualifications.
I have no idea why that. I haven't seen the new one. I don't think they issue one no more. Because you know what? Every kind of thing that they're trying to do always backfires.
They could put it alphabetically, I suppose.
I would prefer
But that's not the method that their PDA says they have to do that.
It might even be going against, they might even have AI algorithms too looking at that shit. Like, you better, it's in your best interest to. I don't know. But if they were to look at the data of why people are coming, if they had surveys, I'm pretty sure that the only way that people are knowing about wanting to come out here is because of the work that National Geographic did, Jake and Suzanne Page did, that we personally know, and the rights to that lucrative publication and more extra things explaining why they had to be that way in the first book is still a marketable thing, a coffee table, in fact. And in that book, it says it stands, I'm paraphrasing, it stands as a standard of the Southwestern cultural indigenous people and blah, 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 whatever, tribal authority and elders pick this as so that's why no book like that's ever been made. That's why that people had to go and purchase the rights of it, because how are they going to do better than that? All they're doing is reissuing, just like what you said, book review.
Book review.
No. I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
They're saying it. And I've been alive the length of that's how long they've been saying
You've
it.
seen this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've seen people's reaction, how I've integrated, how people hate on me, how people love me, how people want to have that, sense of thing, how people are threatened by that. Every little aspect about it.
I could right now show you from this morning, I've probably got 30, 40 people responding to some of the truth I said about, I told you about the oath, the military oath, and how that those senators, that's their duty. They took an oath to make sure that the fucking servicemen understand their oath. They're actually doing their fucking constitutional duty. Not only right, their duty as an elected official to remind the troops, you're fucking blowing up boats with hookers in it. That's not okay. That's not legal to kill hookers on the open sea. Now, I know they're doing drug addicts or drug traffickers, but what's the difference between trafficking drugs and human? I think the human trafficking is worse offense than fucking trafficking drugs. So why are you blowing up boatloads of hookers? Because when you say it that way, wait a minute, we're blowing up hookers? Why would we do that? They're people. We put them in jail. We don't blow them up. But it's the same thing we're doing. How is that any less legal? It's not. It's fucking totally illegal to do. And the JAG officers in the military are actually the ones throwing flags. And the JAG officer, as you know, in military, that's the one that is there specifically for the servicemen to ask, is this a legal order? Any and all orders, they have to have that answer. And they're like, this is illegal. You can't do it. It not only violates American law, it's law. You can't fucking kill.
And this is the thing that the public doesn't understand. When generals have to testify in Congress and they say that our standing in the world is diminished by these clandestine decisions by people who aren't even qualified. Yeah, that's what's happening. But you know, who are they going to listen to? I mean, they burn out
The
people
president calling for their death
They burn
for
out
doing their
all
constitutional
legitimate
duty.
places of truth to where we're exactly where
He's
you
re-
say we are.
They're required to do that by their oath, and the president's telling us that they should be put to death for doing it. That's some hypocrisy. That's politics, right? In
Again, that
Our
kind
face,
of that
we-
kind of plays into why we say it about the empire that are supposed to come over here. We're seeing it play out and happen. You know?
Oh,
all we
right.
got, yeah, it's happening. I
the
mean,
empire eating itself. It sure is.
and
You
yet-
sure you don't want soup, dude?
no, I'm gonna go back in and start on that letter. Actually,
I'm gonna make him bring them fucking dogs in here. We're gonna go out there and
okay.
see if I can figure out what to do with the soup.
I'm gonna pull on your plug over here a little bit more.
I want to make sure we can start.
Yeah, pull on that. I don't need it yet.
Dogs are still out there. They gotta
Yeah.
eat some soup.
It's gonna be several paragraphs long. I'm gonna throw a bunch of stuff at them, but I'm glad I talked to you today about that. And last night with my friend about the equipment and the intention. So, and he's on board too. Like, you know, go ahead, give him my number. I'll tell him what we discussed and things like that. No problem.
That's totally, yeah, that's completely legit and something that you hadn't thought of. I didn't think of.
Me neither.
You fucking laid out there and it's like, oh yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Fuck, don't forget that.
Yep.
Good stuff.
And like I told my mom, I'm gonna, just like I was giving a presentation out there. People are gonna see like, yeah, he could benefit from digitizing all that, so he could carry it in his hand instead of be lugging it around everywhere. Yep. That's what I'm trying to look forward to. Cause that
Football night was going white.
we should have soaked it. That's the thing with beans. Yeah. Peas too. Yeah. It's still protein. It's still non and chewing. It's like it's like granola. Yeah.
It's a little softer. It's like wet granola
Soupy granola.
right now. It's
White.
close. I like it when the peas separate and become part of the sauce. That's when it's really good the next day. Oh, that's good.
It's really authentic when you put that ham bone in there. Yeah, and you got that joint simmering and that bone stuff going on.
I do
too.
that bacon. I cooked the bacon good and brown before I threw any water in it, though, because it tastes
I was
better when bacon's caramelized, I think.
I was gonna get my slapper and start killing all these things in here.
Bon Chico.
But then what would Chico have to chase?
Who's a fucking board of flies?
Or I was gonna get a ribbon and put it right here and see how many we can catch.
I had them down to 3 or 4 of the. There are a bunch of them in here again. Fuckers.
They're listening to us.
It hasn't got cold enough to kill them off yet.
Did you know that's some people believe that? That these things are spies?
Spies,
Yeah.
spy bums.
Yeah, some people believe that.
Wouldn't surprise me either.
Not
I've
not
seen
in
them
the,
make it.
not in the technological sense. In that kind of physical kind of that realm
In
where
creation.
mysticism. Yeah. That's not one or two. It's a thing. But I don't worry about stuff because I don't worry about what I say. Yeah.
Carry that receipt.
Huh?
That's what it takes. Just that simple living the experience that we know it, and no one can change it.
Just like you, I love it when someone kind of challenges me a little bit. Then later on, they're like, "You have to give it to you." I don't think that's narcissism. I think that's gratitude because you spend a lot of time, just like I have, researching and going through and debating
It's a breakthrough for them.
and making sure what you're saying is right to your satisfaction. And because once that's true, other people can see it, and then that's kind of like what you're giving them, and it's kind of like they don't look at it as you giving them a gift that you've earned for that. And that's why I think sometimes I myself, you yourself too, get upset when people treat the information we're giving them as if it's nothing. Yeah.
Information, not me. I don't care how they treat me. It's
Exactly.
information.
Yeah, and I want you to prove me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want you to take my years of research and
That
my,
way I know
and
better.
my field work, prove me wrong, so I can go out there and prove myself you wrong. Like what? You what? The same thing. You looked at the same thing. You went to the same place. You asked the same people, and you got a different result. You know what? Let's both go. Okay. Uh-oh.
That's a conundrum.
They kicked me off your page. Oh, there we are. Yeah, I'll be.
I think it kicked me off of my page.
I'll be getting a different. What I'm really interested to see once we get going about if we do 2 lives at the same time, how many different people I'll have on mine and you on
Chatting.
live, at the same time, and then wonder if these guys are gonna get ahead of it, and if that'll just populate the algorithm. I don't know.
If my people were smart, more than half of them would be on your channel, not mine.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
No, I see your
If
channel.
they got multiple devices, they can do both. Because I've done that before too.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, it's easy as that. Sometimes when people see me doing that kind of thing, my own friends out here, they don't see Hoopy's doing that. They look at me, they kind of go like that.
Well, you know
Check you
good damn
out.
well. As soon as I see your first video, I'm gonna be like, oh, post that shit up on my community page. Be like, you need to go check out Jamie.
That's what Jamie was saying. You like
I just did that with Jonathan. He's
Techno-
giving good
There's-
videos.
I have a friend.
Now he's got a lot of views.
I have a friend named Robert. He's not out there doing all this stuff, but he was a nerd like me back in the day, had more Nintendo games than I did, and he flew under the radar. He's very much capable here, and he runs tech for these guys.
Mm.
I would be very much worried about just that simple fact. Nothing personal, but just the mere fact.
Mm.
That's what, and you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there are people out here who know the technical capabilities further than I do, but because of maybe who they're in business with, they can't really go in a public sphere or give anybody any heads up about what they're doing, or even made to look like they're conferring with us because of what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. NDA.
Yeah, I see it in the public. I see eyes avert quick. We used to be bros a long time ago, and I know what's up. You know what I mean? Yeah, you go over there to the office, they'll see you,
I
then
come out here
they'll be
messing
looking
around
at
with shit
you.
that ain't even on NDAs,
They'll,
bro. I know
they'll
what
be
you
looking
mean.
at you like this, and as soon as you feel that attention, look at them. They'll go right. They'll go because they know they want to say something or they want to ask and be bros and stuff like that, but they know they can't because you guys are from 2 different pages.
Yes, sir.
I hate seeing that.
Yes, sir. Yep, that's what that's designed to do.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it too.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And I've called things out like that before, like when I had my friend helping him with his ASVAB test. Because I had already been in a position to where our family was used as surrogates for military families. They couldn't go home. So they stayed with our family because they were getting recruited right there from the school. Pendleton's right there. They had recruiters fucking coming to them knowing exactly when they're going to graduate. So when they go over there, okay, they come to our house because they can't go back
And the
home.
Navy base is right there
Yeah,
too.
exactly. They can't come back home. So I got a lot of experience like that too. So that's what I was telling my friend, that America goes to war every 10 years, and there's a clause in there that you're gonna have to go back. So he goes out, comes back, does his duty. But war breaks out, they call him back. So anything I told him to do, what's gonna happen? He didn't want to talk to me for a while. Was my thinking, because those years after that, I told him decades before what was gonna happen. It happened. History. Duh. But again, he's one of those ones that has that. They're soldiers out here. They're guards out here. They're our military. What passes for our military out here. So it's not anything for him to be of service like that. But when we come back, like I'm saying, we can't hang out because he's on that side and I'm on this side. Nothing bad. But he already knew that about me. I've always been this person to where we don't need these laws, we don't need all this other stuff, and he knows that. But him coming from that point of view too, and he would be the ones that integrate that military martial law here if need be. They would be the first ones. But again, too, on that weird kind of way, we would counsel them too. We would solidify it by what we do. Like that kind of solidify it. We put our minds, meditate on it, and that would be a part of it. And then when they come back to, PTSD, all that stuff, all that, we would help them in that way too, like by what we need too. It's like some type of sanctity.
That's one thing we don't get.
Yeah, that's why our model they don't want to integrate it in that because they're too busy making money off doing things that doesn't exactly work, and it's now our model is being integrated and
Creates
being
more problems.
and being subsidized by people who regard it as therapy now. See?
Yeah, they gotta label it so they can tax it, and control it.
Exactly. That's why I told my mom. So I came out here putting a label under what we do. And labeling it like that. I go, what do you want? Do you want me to put, the experience that you can look up about my friend here and about my other friend here and about me? Or do you want my version of what I think it was going to be? Or do you want an analyzed version of what my other friend did? See, I'm giving them everything so where that they can't say that, no, we only looked at it from this way. Why would you only look at it that way when I gave you all these different ways where I look at it? Isn't that what you asked me for? A detailed thing like that?
I'll ask you something detailed. When we leave here, at some point we're going to the gas station. I need something to do.
Okay.
You need anything else to do
No.
while we're down there?
No.
Okay. I'm going to the culture center first, of course. But, I start seeing it get dark and we'll head down to the station and get some gas for Virginia. Because obviously, well, let me see where we're at here. I'll need gas for that. See, we didn't say a thing, and the whole concept was communicated.
Okay.
Yep.
I've got to get better. Now that I got a better thing about what it is.
Hmm.
I'm going to get my timelines in order too.
Captain.
Yeah. Everything. And it even this took time.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're waiting on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm,
It hasn't become a year. Yeah. I got my mom settled, and to me that was more important. Got my mom's stuff settled first.
Well, you still have to see your doctor.
Yep.
That's that final visit. That's important. Final evaluation, how much damage was done by the accident and regular wear and tear. That's what they're going to look at there. And now they're waiting on your business. How much did you lose this year?
And how would I know where I'm gonna be if I don't go make an attempt to get one cleared, two do the weight, three go back and honestly give them an opinion about am I really back to where I was? When in fact we have an example of back to where I was. Fucked up, but yeah, I guess so. That's their job. My job is to report every little thing for them. More
To
errors.
evaluate.
Exactly. And again, I that presentation I want to put all my Olympic memorabilia, my dad's congratulatory letters. I told my mom, and she was, I gotta give credit to my mom. If I had and I see it in my son too, he's gonna be like me. But I told her, I'm gonna have my laptop. I'm gonna put my GoPro SD card in there. My interview with Billy Mills is gonna be going. This is gonna have writers' videos on there. My other tablet is gonna have you and me with the drums heading on there too. With all my Olympic memorabilia stuff, my corroborating photos, me being a baby as my dad's taking me to where his people built Mesa Verde, like that, and have my mom being working at that place and telling people that I've been working this story and having on that drums and maybe a movie video have me explaining that, like how I'm trying to parlay all this experience to get some funding for me to be able to take my son to go over there to 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. And anybody interested in a story, hey, you want to provide, because I have this.
I live full circle trip.
Who's going to provide this other?
Mhm.
And then when you want that, then
And it's
we can
funny,
join.
it's going on in the same city.
Huh? See?
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity.
Not going to be.
And I have 1 year less to exactly get to that goal. And you could already hear me saying that I had a goal there on that video. And I had already making steps towards investigating that stuff.
Mm-hmm. That was pre-accident.
And my dad had to pass away to get me
Yep.
to all this stuff.
Pre-accident. Absolutely. Fucking, that's the kind of shit you need. A good thing. You got. Damn good thing. That's why I say you want to document everything because you never know what's going to come at you in life. Really good to have.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. My mom,
You don't want to be in those positions.
mom doesn't like it. Like I said, oh wait, I go, Mom, you could. Like, I keep telling you guys, you guys have a recorder. I go, it's as simple as this. Oh, how would that make me look?
That holds account way better than words.
And I was telling her, do you see the way people treat me when they see me have this thing too? I go, it's something that
Way
you're
different.
comfortable with or not. I go, we're not the same people we were.
Mm.
Society is different now.
You're getting held to
Yeah,
account.
you can either sit there and be a part of it, or you can sit there and complain about it.
You sound so much like me. Social butterflies. Worst thing could happen to society.
I'm down. We'll talk about it, but come on, people, mind your manners. Nothing's gonna get done. You're gonna be beating me down to a pulp just because you got triggered, and that's not gonna work.
Mm-hmm. Not anymore. No, I mean, shit. Look at what just with fucking Lee again. He put out this fucking hour-long video talking about that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't actually, it just happened since you produced that video.
If people are, if they're gonna continue doing that, there's gonna be some laws and changes and stuff to the side of the world. Yeah.
Karma or what, bud?
Yeah. There's gonna be some repercussions coming if people continue to engage and can't regulate themselves. That's what's gonna happen. Civility demands it.
You're being a dick
Yeah,
about
civility
things that I
demands it.
did.
We
Fucking-
live in a civilized society, and it's strange coming from me. Had to go trying to teach this uncivilized person all the rules of Western society. No, man. It's funny.
This guy talks in a really authoritarian fucking
I know.
style
I
voice,
think that's
too.
why that's why Judas fucking said, "Oh, what I got to do?" British accent. She was laughing, and it's just top of head stuff. It's imagine we had a script and we're doing what he's doing.
Oh shit, practicing this?
Then imagine who he's
Not
gonna
just
cry to.
Not just our reaction, but if we sat down and put time to,
Yeah. And then
it would destroy
and all
us.
these characters I have of people already, and the receipts I have of them. Imagine me with my phone and has that receipt in the SD card, and I'm going like this with it. That's gonna trigger somebody. Hit my thing with the anonymous thing right there. And that's not even his. That comes from a fucking movie. And people need to dig deeper of why he even chose that persona. Does he want to identify as some revolutionary guy that's gonna take down
Guy
the
Fawkes.
system? Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And people think, oh, that's that one thing from the movie. That's it.
And it's a failed attempt.
Exactly.
Ouch. Yeah.
Thwarted attempt. Of course, they're gonna censor them. They won't tell you about the other ones because those are masterful ones. Those are nameless ones. That's the one. You don't know who did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't want you to, because then you know how they did it. Yeah. See,
I'm very
and
happy
that's,
with that.
again, with the whole thing about this information, I knew
That's what I wanted.
when I came out, I had to come out hard and fast,
Just-
because this shit's real.
just like I'm gonna say, like when I start doing full parody mode, full cynical mode, and I start making content like that. Like, oh yeah, look at all my prestigious awards hanging. You know, this invisible blue ribbon we got for being the best Indigenous actor ever. Where's the other one? You know, like, you know, because that's basically what's happening, and people are getting, you know, why can't I say it? You know,
It's fucking invisible blue ribbon I got. I love it.
or look at this blue ribbon got that everybody else out here does normally, but we don't enter in comp. That's just simply what it is.
We got a blue ribbon because we
Yeah,
showed up.
I mean, that's
Trophy
that's
for
that's
showing
the
up.
other thing I'm gonna put on there. A personalized message of one of my former friends saying, "I wouldn't be anywhere." Look at 20 years later now, we ain't friends, but you know what? In the interim of 20 years, the comedy awards, the comedy, and who did it? 20 years ago, you had not been there. And he opens up with a quote that says, Confucius says, a little humor, a little friendship, a little comfort, or a little this, that, and the other. You don't know how comfortable you can be in this life. And he goes, I thank you for giving me these things and being there when I was for my daughter and all. In a heartfelt stuff on the book that made him famous, you know, and he's gone on to do it, and I've supported him and stuff like this and all that stuff. And so what? We have a falling out. I would think that he'd be dignified enough to know that he meant those words when he wrote it down. If not, I invite him to say that, you know what, I don't mean it. Otherwise, okay, cool. I will stop making it be something that...
That's something that drove him
Yeah.
to do something.
Yeah.
He'll
And
always
again,
know
it's
that.
also an olive leaf back to repair our damage that some
Yes.
other people, because he wasn't in his right mind. He had a mental diagnosis that we weren't, when his mom and I were talking about it, we just looked at each other like, this whole time we didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we do, it's getting help.
That's good.
Yeah. So he wasn't really, now
There's
that I
no
know.
fault.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then the people that were in his life, he didn't know how to get them out of his life. And so he was under their influence too. And he wasn't really, and that was undermining my sense of being an advisor too. And that's why I walked away, because, you know, I thought it was betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
And it was betrayal. But if you can't forgive your
Betrayal
friend,
under
yeah,
circumstance,
yeah,
you gotta, yep. I love you.
yeah. And if you can't
Awesome
find the
shit.
way back, then, you know, you really don't have a foot in your understanding about really what's coming from this. I mean, if you can't find and strategize those kind of ways to come out from that, especially when you have those heartfelt epithets, basically, about your character, then cool, you know, right on. But I still have them. Other people have them.
It's only you.
Yeah, just like all this, you know, every time I take a group out there, I go, and they look at me funny, like, you know, if you want, usually they want, and they'll give me their personal information, anything I made. The best compliment, I've said this to you, best compliment I ever got was from a special needs girl. She told her mom, I like Mr. Jamie Talashoma's Taurus because he explains it to where even I can understand. I was like, cool, yeah. That's to me, that means
That's
something.
key.
Rather than using all these flowery words and all being trying to impress all these people with alphabets before and after the name, this girl
You help me understand it.
understand. Yeah.
That's the best word.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I agree, Jamie.
My second best is an old man. He came up, oh, it's so gratifying to be with a teacher. And I'm like, Florida, I'm like, damn, this guy's all old telling him I taught him something.
Oh, old. Yeah. Well,
we
old dogs can learn new tricks.
some of us get mired in our profession for our love for our and acceptance too. Some of us don't have, you know, options. Some of us, you know, like black and white. This is what I'm gonna do because I want this. So this means I'm gonna go to work every day. I don't care about my feelings. I'm gonna keep going because I want to provide this for my family, or whatever, you know, whatever it is. And that's what they do. By the time they get their head out of that and they want to go visit and do all this stuff too and explore, that's where some of those people come in and they're like, wow, I never knew all this. That stuff in that book, that's you. You should see the, you know,
That's you.
I almost feel guilty because all that's in them get to witness it. What I feel guilty about is like, do your friends know that you get this giddy? Does your significant others who share your blood know that you're like this? Because that's cool, you know. They're like, wow, this is. I often wonder that is that it's weird that
Do they get to share that moment of discovery with you?
Can you understand
Yeah,
that? I
yeah.
almost feel guilty that they're explaining that here when I go. I almost feel so empathetic, like to where it's almost rude of me to even think this. That aren't you feeling like this from your own families.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can you get what I'm trying to
Mhm.
say? Yeah.
Absolutely. If you're looking for it in the wrong place, you need to be looking for it over
Uh-huh.
here. Absolutely.
But I'm just,
dude.
I'm honored that I could get that.
Seamus, he's stuck again. Go take care of your dog. Go ahead and bring him in.
That's what I think about it, is being rude. See, some people misconstrue that. I think that that's a way of being rude. That, you know, like I have that ability to give you what you've already had, and that should be around you and expressed. And I think you know that. That's why I think that that's kind of rude. Because you know that feeling that, oh, like that thing right there that I'm doing, that understanding that, oh, cool, all this stuff. And however, back in their memories, you know, how many times that they looked at this book, or they wish they were someone, it was specifically us, and they get to meet someone like me who's actually in that book that they wanted to come visit.
Well, here's the thing on that, the other side of that, right, that you haven't touched on yet. They're going to take that you gave them, because you gave that to them, and they're going to share that with their kids. And they're going to have that you had. They'll see that in them.
Yeah, that's true.
You unleashed that person to share that kind of experience with their friends if they hadn't. It's real powerful. That's how all that spreads. That's the vibration exploding. And it's all good because you put a good vibration into
Bro.
it. You don't have any reason to feel like that's rude. That's awesome.
I'm glad we just
Maybe a rude awakening.
I'm glad we just said that, because that's exactly what I'm gonna write in my letter. Because that was taken from me too. I find freaking joy in that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know how so? You know how?
That's the biggest
Because I
reward.
can actually fucking articulate that shit. It's nuanced as fuck. That's how fucking much that they took from me. Fuck, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's priceless. Were they going to put a price tag on that? How can you?
Yeah, I want you to. I'm
That's
daring
why
you
I
to.
still do this every day over here, even though I got my adversaries. The same reason you do, because putting that piece together for somebody is priceless. Especially if it's a kid, man. Because they've got their whole life to fucking walk with that fucking piece of puzzle put together.
I'm gonna tell them and put in there too, like, you know, like, I want you to put a price on this, so then I can actually see it, tell people, and, you know, make extract whatever you think it is, and, you know, good or bad, and they'll be like, oh shit, fucking like a lawyer, like an optimistic lawyer that don't give a fuck.
Huh.
Yeah.
See what kind of chunk of change they say you should get for that. That's what insurance pays for, right? You never know who you're going to run into doing what. And you might fuck up a whole bunch of equipment and someone's production that really,
That's
they got receipts to it.
That's true. I did have my camera on me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I did have, I was embodiment of what I fucking go do
Yes,
on my way toward it.
absolutely. You're still doing what you do actively right there in the accident. Yeah, exactly. You never know. Just a lady ran into you and she made an ass out of herself on top of it.
And it even affects me so much that I've only looked at that footage twice.
Bro,
And
that-
every time I look at that shit, it makes me feel the same way. And I'm so
You-
far
you-
beyond that, I don't want to look at it
You
anymore.
probably should include
Yeah,
that
I
in
know.
your statement in the very end and say, you know, good and damn well, I could double this in court because of just this disrespect on the scene.
Yeah, that's true.
Fucking, what kind of mental trauma did that cause all year?
Exactly.
Still holding it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
And
Bro.
I'm gonna frame it like
I
that
hold
too.
it.
Like, yeah,
Dude.
I'm gonna frame it my demographic and make sure that this is an ongoing, you know, it triggered a bunch
was
of
some
things that I
bullshit,
have to
dude.
deal with. Had this thing not happened, I want to have to go the underlying things of racism. That motherfucker assaulted me.
Mhm.
These guys told me to erase my thing because I think they were uncomfortable because my mom and I were speaking our native language, and you know what? Because we wanted to. Not because we were in that state, we did what they said. But if we had been allowed
She
to have
didn't
that
care.
thing, you'd know exactly what the fuck we were talking about. And my mom being a part of the placement program, being part of the BIA boarding school system, being all this, and see, you could bring up all this shit. We had an Indian
Why
lawyer
the hell
out
was
here.
this woman doing this
And
out
then
in the middle of the street
let
after
me
she
t-
just fucked
let
your
me-
life
let me
like
tell
that?
you something.
That's rude. That's
I
rude.
keep going on these things and tying things together. I keep looking at my mom and I keep saying that she's not even arguing or never anything. There's no doubt in my mind. You're just like, son, when are you gonna fucking wake up? That's what that look is giving her in my eye every time I just like, who else? But I'm having a very existential bullshit thing going on in my head. It's like, I don't want to turn into that shit. Because that's exactly the same people holding us like that. But again, why is it like this? Why is the system that way, that I have to be that to get things done? Why?
Thank you. Because they're afraid of us all.
And
doing
it's
what we're
almost
doing.
like that last ditch effort to have them fuck with their conscience and see, you're just like us. That's that trick. Why can't it work in the way what we're doing? That's what I'm fighting for. I don't want to be that thing, because then all that thing to me in my mind right now, in my understanding and all this, that's
the
not what
problem.
I'm doing.
This is the problem.
And you know, and anybody that wants to
symptom
talk
of the
against it,
problem.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
You
I
exactly
got
know
your
more
back on
than
that.
anybody else knows what I'm talking
This
about.
rude and uncalled for bullshit that was fucking deeply programmed in her. God knows how it got there. But it manifested in a manner where she was at fault and fucking still distributed that. It's fucked up.
You guys had better.
Yeah,
go
we're
ahead.
gonna
Yeah,
go.
I gotta go too. I'll still be on this too. I don't think anybody's interacting. I'm not mad about it. It's just that this is the thing we're gonna have to get used to in the beginning. But what I'm gonna do is get my thing, like I said. And, I don't know what time you're gonna be back. And, depending on if it's tomorrow. What's today? Tuesday, huh? Okay, tomorrow. I'll leave that stuff out, and tomorrow maybe, if I get everything right, we'll start a live with all that display stuff out.
Okay. Cool. Put up there or down
In the
here?
house.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's
Okay, nice and quiet.
yeah, just right there with
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
display
oh yeah,
thing.
yeah, because you're sending that to the lawyer. Or is that gonna be just your first video?
That's just
Ooh,
for
my
us.
nipples.
That's just for us.
Okay,
Yeah, and
cool.
just like, I don't think they'll have anything to say about it. It has nothing to do with the case.
Okay.
It's just like, hey, this is what I'm sending off. And then when we do that, I go, well, this is exactly what I sent off.
Yeah.
Only they ask for what I do for a living. That's what I do for a living. It's not anything proprietary towards anybody other than me. Not saying anything bad about
Okay.
you. It's just like, trying to think what would. That's all my personal stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
I didn't know if that's what you wanted to do that for, as a culmination of this is the end of the year. This.
Oh.
Because
Well,
you said you were going to do a dry run with your equipment and see how you could do that. So I was just wondering if that was what you were talking about. Totally different.
we could do that. Because we could see that, and I could put it in my bag. You could see me pop it up, and then just like what you were saying, that cut scene. But I'm still gonna walk it because I did do that last time, and it's not really anything I do not do. I still take my guitar. I just needed the clearance for the doctor. Yeah. So now that I have that, I gotta build back my endurance and go back to what I'm doing.
But that part that you just hit on,
Mhm.
that's your deficiency over the year. Now you have to build back.
Yeah.
Because that's from your physical endurance compared to where you started.
Exactly.
So that you should probably do that.
And it's immediate
That's what
too.
I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, it's immediate too, because I did clear with my doctor, and just he knows. I do too. I mean, I was in an accident too. I didn't. The case never went anywhere. Nobody was. Nothing ever came from it, but there was damage from that, and I did hike the Grand Canyon. He was just listening to my story, and I got to know him. Through him looking at my course, he knows how my ankle looks like. He's showing me all these surgeries or all this stuff. So. And then when I told him, I'm really appreciative towards you being real honest with me, because, and then too, my persona changed from where he was seeing, you could just see it, when he came in.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
like, and he kind of, and it's weird. I hate that about people. Not necessarily hate. Hate's a strong word. I just, yeah. So when he was over there, so all that, back and forth, rapport, and I was telling him, I'm really appreciative that you're saying that about certain ones of us, that some of us have a higher threshold of pain. I told him how all this went down, and I was telling him, and he was smiling when I was telling him, oh, they're holding my ankle, telling what other people went to do, because he's he's a surgeon. He knows trauma. He knows one person you barely.
He's the one who put your ankle together, right?
No. He's a different
The
doctor.
same doc.
But he
same-
sees,
okay,
seen the damage done, but he's been trained enough to know that people have differentiating levels of pain thresholds. Yeah. So that's what he was kind of like almost laughing about, like, hey, this guy knows.
Some
you know?
people wouldn't even be walking on
Yeah,
their foot.
trauma too. You know, like
Absolutely.
when that adrenaline kicks in. You know, here the motor's going. I'm holding the motorcycle. It's leaning on me because it's going. My ankle is broken. There's all these guys. I'm yelling for them to come get me. They think I'm joking. My brother seen me fall off how many numerous horses and spill. Oh, that Jamie. Okay, comes over and you're like, ah, and they're gonna carry it. I go, no, don't carry me. Go get the car, park it. Park it as close as you can. Like, oh yeah, okay. And then when they do that, they're gonna pick me. Go, no, you guys need to get the motorcycle off me first. I'm still holding it,
Yeah.
holding my ankle, holding the motorcycle, directing traffic because all these guys are losing it. I'm not the one losing it. So
You just can't move.
Yeah, they get the motorcycle off. I'm still holding my ankle, and I'm looking like, sorry guys, Then they lift me in there. Then my brother's all hauling. I go, slow down. We'll get there.
I'd rather get there with this one
When I
broken
get
leg.
there, they're like, oh, all these people, figuring it out, and they give me a shot of morphine, and my foot's this way, and I look at it, oh, okay, then I look like, wow, all 7 of you because I broke my foot, so 4 of them go away. Then there's this nurse trying to draw my blood, and I'm still woozy from that shit. I'm like, excuse me, doctor. It's like, I came here for a broken leg. Why's she trying to take my blood? Because I'm refusing, and it's like, because she couldn't tell me why, and I'm still on morphine. And then I go, is she supposed to be doing that? He goes, no. He's like, give her that look, and she walks away. I don't know. Some of us are weird.
Labs, baby. I want some labs.
Some of
I
us-
ask the same question sometimes. If I come in with an injury, why the hell do you need my blood?
Huh?
What the fuck is that about?
Even when I'm they probably have a record over here about me when I was incarcerated and about them drawing my blood. I even made a big old stink of that because that's why they're recording. And some they want to record, and that's what I was saying. This is the benefit of you people. You people who pretend to have ownership over us. You guys don't even know where you come from. I mean, what are they gonna do? Tell us more, Indian. Like they don't have a bunch of other stuff from varying other groups about spewing this, that, and the other. But the only thing is that this is our homeland. We're from here. So again, this is for benefit for them. Much like what ended with your drums in the movie live stream that we did.
Sugar. Dad.
The ending of that recording touches on something like that. That I was partaking of a state, but it was legal in the municipality I was in. And yes, you hear me talking to the camera, going over there like, hey, I see these cops harassing this man. Yes, I noticed that my friend works at this place and he's a sergeant here. And you can hear me on the fly with my body camera saying, okay, I want those cops and especially my friend to know that I'm watching. And I'm gonna go over there and talk with the man that all 5, 6 of these cops have to go watch over, and I'm gonna have a conversation, and that's what you see me do, and that's how that live stream closes. But it's really weird to go and like what I'm doing, and I that's why I think I'm taking longer to understand it, because I'm watching that movie and I'm time stamping those things, and as I'm time stamping them, I'm labeling about an example of what I want my business to do to highlight the social ills that someone like me has been mired in, and wondering why humanity can't figure these things out, and giving a broad and very detailed understanding of America right now, from the roots from here that I'm a part of 100% to where they tried to uproot me, and where I learned even more about the validity of what they're trying to do to us with your information like that. So then I don't think that that's been done, and I think we really will. Somebody's gonna find that, and you know what? The people who helped me get here get first crack at it. That lady that I'm gonna put over there who wrote a recommendation for me, the people who got the equipment that the Olympus Camera Company, and those people, and people can look that up. It's that, I'm not gonna name drop or anything.
I've seen the signature.
Just the company.
It's there.
Yeah, I'll give her credit too, because they saw something, and then drop of a hat, they did it, and they paid me my fee. No BS. So like I'm saying, when people come over here and want to, like what what's his name was doing, trying to get all the details without giving anything like that. I very much so do business with people like this. That cool, right on. That's who I like to do business with. Not all these drawn out and conjecture and well, what about this guy? Well, what about these? I don't know. What about those guys? You're the one bringing them up. You tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't
You have
fall, I
some
don't
kind of
fall for that.
reference?
Yeah, I don't fall for that
No.
stuff.
Tell me.
Jealousy boy.
No, it's exciting. It's in there. I get it. He's like us. He's frustrated. He's like, what's this woman?
Oh God. He's just get out of my way.
Poor kid.
What are you doing anyway?
Who's stuck?
Oh, my poor old ladies are just out there like, oh,
Yeah, Muncie looks like she's just enjoying the sun again.
yeah. It's. Don't ever think that I don't care for them. And man, it's not that I worry about them, but
I see how much they love you. That comes from
You
something.
should see the
Bro.
stuff I put them through, bro. And it's not abuse, it's just endurance.
Sugar.
Yeah.
Hmm?
And this
I
last
saw him
hunting
out there when you was running out naked in the snow.
they
I
don't
know.
have they don't have it no more, man. They don't have it. They're retired, bro. Anybody who's own dogs, hunting dogs like that, you go ask them, you know, and they'll tell you. They've done enough work. They're on a level of probably behind humans, I'd say. They've done stuff that humans wouldn't do for them. You know, they won't even be out.
I think they're our teachers.
Human beings.
And
human
we've
beings-
been ignoring them.
That's what my
Maybe
friend said to me
me.
last night. I told him about my son. He reminded me of that. Thank you. He told me that. He goes, Jamie, let me tell you, Jamie, listen to me. It's kind of like what I was asserting with you today, but he told me that last night. Jamie, I go, I don't know what I'd be without, but he goes, yes. And after he was done with that, I told him, yeah, thank you for reminding me. I just had that with my son, and that's what I reminded him. And I told him about the surge that I feel that I've learned. I've done with that period of being a father at that point. Now I have to be this kind of father.
Hmm.
You know?
Make sure society's ready
Yeah,
for him.
exactly. You know, we're here now. You know, people can see that he's mine and can hear it. His mannerisms. I see it. You know, I've done all the work that I can right now. Now we're gonna have to do this other part. And it can't wait. You know, he's not gonna be a little boy anymore. You know, I'm not with anything. I've been fast forwarding all this stuff from the beginning to where they were mocking me because I was getting him camouflage, this, that, and the other. Oh, it's gonna be too small, or it's gonna be too big, and ha ha. And I didn't get the joke. I'm like, why is everybody laughing? I mean, it's for him, and he's gonna get bigger. He's not gonna get smaller.
He'll grow into it.
But that's their frame of mind, and they were thinking that
At least it
I
ain't
was
baby
gonna,
gear.
Yeah, I was gonna, get triggered by that stuff. So all that stuff that they normalized for men in their way, none of that shit ever worked on me. It just, and you could see it when she's over here looking. She could see, but can she enunciate? Her interactions is way different from my mom. She just looks at me and just like, yeah, no, bitch. You should have. I already called you out from the very beginning, and all this back and forth. I already told you I don't play those games, and you're still trying to.
Playing.
You're like, as old as the boy, years late. That's how late you are. You fucking think for that? No,
The
no,
second
you-
hand keeps ticking.
Yeah, exactly. and just like I said, I went over there dressed to the nines. I got all kinds of fun. Even got her attention. But did she even step like, hey, don't play games. You got a freaking son. It worked before. Duh. You see me. I was playing in a band. I was going here, there, out of state, here and there, professionally getting paid to play guitar. I am the shit. If no one wants to say it, other people say it. But hey. I don't know. You're you.
You're a musician.
Yeah, you're you.
You are the shit.
Yeah, you're you.
You impress me. I gotta tell you. Absolutely.
They came.
I still blame you for getting
they-
me struck.
They came and asked me. I didn't go over there and ask them. That's just the thing, And homeboy's asking me to go over there again, but that's not again what I'm saying. But I'm saying that he asked me. I didn't ask him. I already knew he's a producer. I love his videos, and I told him too. That necklace that you gave me, I just now noticed that that's the necklace. One of the necklaces that you have in that video. You know, and I'm gonna wear that as I'm in that picture. I'm gonna not only am I gonna display my items, I'm gonna stand there behind it with that necklace on there. And if AI is gonna analyze that and they're gonna ask, and I know if I want to put it in the letter, I'm gonna have it. What more do you guys want? Do I need? I got stuff that's in videos. I got pictures and corroborating stuff. I mean, no, do me.
Receipts.
You know what? Do me a favor. Put a price on that. Yeah, I want you to. As an insurance company. Yeah, do that. I guess that's what I don't
Yep.
know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an insurance agent.
How do you price that?
Yeah. Is that even a thing? We'll find out.
Yeah. Your
No.
lawyer's probably going to be like, yeah, that's a thing. I hadn't even thought of it, but it's a thing. It is a thing. It's what you do, and you haven't been able to do all year.
That's true. And I love doing it. I mean, if I didn't, why would I? I mean, I would let my mom or you take me. You know that I refuse to, have help. You know, I'm one of them fuckers. You know?
Yep.
Because then again, that takes something from me. You know, they're like, oh, and it happens subtly. It does. Oh, my back. Oh, my feet. Yeah,
I can take a ride.
yeah. See, it happens. And that's what keeps me young because my
I was going to say
contemporary
that happens when you get old.
my contemporaries don't do this.
It's funny you said it's what keeps me young, and I was like, yeah, that's what makes you old. If you fucking give in to that. Yep. Fuck you. Oh man. Look out, world. Here comes Chico. Kid, you're gonna have to help me carry that generator again.
You get out of your way. Let me go in there, stop my letter, and stop talking crap.
Go write your letter.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon, brother.
Okay.
You'll probably still be writing the letter.
Most likely.
You wanna hold on to that?
No. Okay. I got some of that stuff too.
Okay. Cool.
Uh-oh, Trigger. Looking at so much dinglings over there.
Yeah.
I just not looking at this. Later, guys. Woo.
Yeah. We'll pack it up. Get. Thank you, baby. Thank you, little sugar babies. Here we go. Back in. I need you to keep an eye on that yellow cable, please. I'm good? Huh? Okay, thank you. Oh, soup, bud. Put it in the oven. Huh?
And the cookies fell into the trash.
Huh, okay. That's not what I thought happened. That's good. We're going to the community center, same place we went yesterday. Hopefully somebody's down here today. More than one person anyway. Also want to get some gas for the generator. Because I tried to start the truck a little bit ago and we'd already killed the battery last night, of course. I knew that. Tried anyway. But yeah, I don't have enough gas in there to generate for the night. To keep us warm today. Tonight. So I'm gonna have to go down there to the gas station down the hill. It's only a couple miles. There's people here. Cool.
Sugar. Sugar. Sugar.
Shane, he heated up yet.
Alright. Hey, sugar.
I'll be back.
Chico. Sugar. Chico. You. Stop. Sugar. Sit. Down. Chico. Go. Chico. Chico. Oi. You. Chico. Stop. Sit. Stop. No. No. Yeah. No. Sugar. Down. Chico. says hi to you.
Hi, Fred.
Cover.
I think I got it.
It was just off a little. I can fix it with my fingernail. Because I can see the screw there. Alright, we gotta go get some gas. That was awesome. So I told people we'll probably be down here on Thanksgiving. And they're gonna get the word out, there's food. I gave some pintos away, some beans and stuff. Yeah, I walked up to a group of 3 guys, and 2 of them were like, no, I'm good. And the one didn't hesitate. He was like, fuck, you got pintos, dude? I was like, hell yeah, dude. Cool. And you can see, even the guys, you know, they didn't want the beans, but I was like, well, if you know anyone with fucking kids that might need the food, I'll be down here. So I got a bunch to help with. We're gonna come back up after we get some gas. See if anyone else is up here. If not, we might stop in. Down here at the gas station, see if anybody needs food. Anybody, I'd tell them, you know, where we'll be on Thursday. I got to talk about rock to everybody. And I got a lot of confirmation. Yeah, I've noticed the stars don't look the same. It's not everything. Everybody's confirming, yeah, I think we're on our side. We're on our side. And that's good. I saw that, you know, in all these folks I'm talking to. I love talking to the people more than the government. It's so fucking much better. I got stopped down here. I didn't close that flap good. Come here, bud. Never mind. I just got to shut that.
Hey, Mr. fucking bad daddy. Hello.
This fucking road is brutal. Bumps. Right there. Through here. Damn. I was like, that ain't me. I'm not speeding. There's no way I could do 65 on this thing. It would rip this thing apart. So for stretches of it, yeah, but like no things. Up here, no things. I ain't doing no 65. Even though it ain't got big bumps, it's got waves. It's sideways and shit. And then back to bumps. I like about 40 on this road. Hey, translator!
No.
He says it's broken. You don't want to do that, Chico.
It says passageway to get keep out of commercial traffic.
Oh boy. I don't know, man. I see semis fly through here. It's not their truck either.
Or casinos, I see it on our highways.
Yeah, right. I think Arizona should step up and help you pave this shit. All kinds of red tape in that, huh? Don't even speak such shit. Yeah, if it was smoothly paved, it'd even be worse. Bunch of Bahamas driving up here, fancy cars. Get them fancy roads.